God, I'm up 5 pounds. 5 pounds from my top weight that I never wanted to get back to. Welcome to the pandemic. Fuck's sake. I think I gotta stop eating lunch, which I'm gonna start doing again. I used to do that. They call it intermittent fasting now, but for me it was just laziness. All right, let me move this to the other table. Our water cooling experiments. Probably gonna puke water all over the place when I do it, but I gotta do it. Why did I get a glass pitcher? It's like the worst thing I could possibly get to ferry water around. Yeah, there it goes, just puked. At least I got it in the puke vent. The thing I specifically got to take water from brewing. All right. My calipers bit me just now. What's up, almost an engineer? How you doing? My calipers bit me. Can you believe the audacity? Those are parts that I need to modify. I don't know if they'll move off the desk or what. We'll get back to the water cooling and the control panel. I want to work on the steering wheel a little bit. I want to get that senior rally in my summer car. I have a particular set of needs, and it involves winning that fucking rally. Rabaz released a video where he got second place. Dubiously. I definitely know I have more than one viewer right now, Twitch. Come on. That's verifiable. I can see on the screen. I can see you right there. Like 2 chat messages and it says 1 viewer. Anyway, yeah, so I wanna take the pedals and I wanna make them have like a base plate where I can rest my foot, and then I can invert the pedals so that they feel like a real car, which is kind of important. It's kind of the whole purpose of the entire thing. Twitch, come on, please. Twitch, please. You can't do this to me. I don't know about that, but I do need to find a new control board. I think it's time. If my EEPROM settings are fucked, I should revert back to the undo that feature, because I was going to do PID for the bed temperature because I got errors for thermal runaway, and I've got my thermal runaway set to be extremely large on the extruder. So I think what happens is, I think what's going on is there's a breeze coming in from the window, and since it cooled off significantly, I think that's causing me all kinds of woes. At least I know what the bed temperature specifically is, but I think it's about time that I just swap out. If I'm gonna be going through this anyway, and I'm gonna need to, because we're gonna need more 3D prints for the control panel. You know, that's inevitable. So I think I'm just gonna have to pony up and get a new control board. I feel like I'm watching Rick and Morty. I'm glad I came across this stream. I just started. How'd you find me? I'm always curious about how people find my stream. Is it because I've been fucking like a lurking goblin in a bunch of different people's streams? I like Twitch. I like watching Twitch content. I don't know. Most creators are like, I fucking hate Twitch and I never watch it. SKR 1.4 Turbo. What about that Raspberry Pi board, huh? What about that? By the way, speaking of liking Twitch and listening to Twitch and watching Twitch, this music is Metronomic Live. He's somebody who I found through Tom Thinks, and Tom Thinks' stream. I'm in Tom Thinks' credits. I didn't even know that. I think that's totally cool. I'm like beside myself. I'm fangirling over that. Being in Tom Thinks' credits. It's so cool. But anyway, Metronomic Live is somebody who I've seen hanging out in Tom Thinks' streams, and yeah, I've been friends with him since. He does these really cool streams. Hey, Silvio Russo! Oh no, what is this? Stop doing the fart emote. So, God, what is with Twitch and butts? It's like they get right up to the, oh, I've seen this one before. They get right up to the edge of what's allowable on Twitch, and they have to fucking push it. And I gotta look at a bunch of fucking weird-ass butt emotes all day. All day, they're forcing me. All right, let's see. I need like a small container for these small things. Anyway, Celia Russell, thank you so much for the 51 months. I really appreciate that. Celia Russell is she found my stream early, and I think it was just because I had a beard, which is getting a little scraggly. I meant to get a haircut this morning, but my 3D printer said no. I meant to go out and get a haircut. Maybe that'll be tomorrow, and then I'll trim the mane, trim the beard back a little bit. Because what happens is I start to get a lump right here, and I don't like that. I need to trim back this stuff so that the goatee comes out a little bit more. Came here for the beard, found it was right up my alley. That's great. Yeah, I'm always curious as to, you know, how people find my stream, and maybe it's bad because it'll encourage me to like lurk and, you know, and leave comments in other people's streams. I leave the partner badge on because I'm not famous enough for people to just know. I know some streamers are like real weird about that. It's like, whatever. Whatever. Unlike many YouTubers, I worked my ass off, and Celia Russell knows this. She's been here since I did. Worked my ass off in order to get this the badge. Complains about fart emotes, but created a view control fart box. Listen, I have a love-hate relationship with that fuck thing. I have a major league love-hate relationship with that thing. I'm turning on the humidifier, and I'm turning it way the fuck up. I need a humidifier in here now. I've been running it constantly. I got one of those little ultrasonic things. Probsco with 3 months. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the 3 months. I really appreciate that. Oh yeah, and Fatanon gifted me a sub to Djibouti Show. Thank you for doing that. You weren't around from when I tried to thank you, but Djibouti Show had a 12-hour birthday thing yesterday. And Fatanon gifted a sub during that. I appreciate that. What bin? Let me just put it in this one. This is an unused container. I just sent a screw into the stratosphere by like walking. I don't understand. I don't know where it went, but I heard a noise. Yeah, I'll unplug it when I get pissed off at it, and you guys can just deal with it, because I don't know. There's no guarantees on anything in here. I am not under any obligation to give you guys anything for channel points. I love Adam Plays' channel because they'll do channel points stuff. Like they'll do betting and stuff, and people just get channel points, and it's like, what do you do with them? He doesn't have any redemptions. It literally does nothing. I know, 51 months. Yep, nothing. There was nothing. I had nothing. What was I even doing back then? I think I was doing brewing projects. Remember I opened up a valve on my hot water tank, and I completely bukkaki'd my little monitor that I had on the table. And I used to stream with the laptop too, as the streaming PC. That was that computer got hot. That computer got very warm in its duties. All of these parts go here so that I may put them somewhere else out of my way. Yeah, that control box for the brewing setup. I want to redo that. I bought a much larger control box for it so I can be a little bit more organized with all the stuff. Someday. And then I want like a remote status panel so I don't have to lean down and look at that thing. But yeah, I haven't done a lot of brewing lately. Actually, I still have mead from a friend of mine in Westchester. He gave me mead from his bunnies, from his honeybees, and I gotta do something with it. So I'll have to get to that. We'll have to get to that soon, because it's been like a year. God damn, has it really been a year? Fuck. It's been about a year since he gave me that mead. Or sorry, mead. The honey for the mead he gave me. All right, I got a bunch of garbage here. Gotta get out of the way. Yeah, the German robot game. I added it to my Steam list. It seems a little bit very kind of basic in terms of the mechanics, but it's got a fun setting. Fun setting. I gotta marinate it for a little bit. I don't mean to just copy the games other people play. I want to see when Tomato gets around to playing Mango. I think he'd have a good run for Mango. think you'd bring a lot to the table. But yeah, I definitely saw it. For the PSU today, got some SSRs that are going into a brewing system. Hey, cool. Well, if you need recommendations on the heater, it took me a long time to find the proper for a electric brew hot liquor tank. It took me a while to find exactly the right heater because I had to go through, and I guess this is the only secret, is that I had to go through like a stainless steel brewing place, because most hot water heaters, the actual part that screws into the hot water heater is like a rust. It's a material that rusts, which is ridiculous. Like I did a stainless steel tank, and I used a special solder alloy that these places sell in order to solder plugs onto the thing. So I got like the electrician's plug thing, and then put the flanges on and then soldered them in, it's like a specialty kind of thing, and it's food safe and everything. So you solder them on and clean it off and everything like that. Now I have a threaded bunghole, if you want to call it that. It's basically it's one of those compression fitting things, but you solder it on. So now I've got that little compression collar fitting where I can put the hot water heater, and I had to get a special one from a stainless steel brewing place so that that little end of the heater, of the 5,000 watt heater, it doesn't rust. Mine would rust. I went through several until I found the right thing. So 5,500 watt, and it's got the proper flange fitting, and then it's also all stainless. But I don't know why, I don't know how hot water heaters get away with, they probably have different seals on the ends of the heater. But like, I don't know how they get away with such a rustable material. Also, it's maybe just stays underwater, I don't know. Cool, he knows what he's doing. Yeah, my experience was just that was very annoying. So annoying. I'm gonna wipe this off. This is gross. My desk is gross. Got like puke and piss on it and stuff. Disgusting. Why is there a resistor and a capacitor? What am I gonna do with these? These little surface mount components. All right. What could I possibly have to do with those? Let's see, Windex and paper towels. God, my printer's killing me right now. Fucking thing. Fucking thing sucks. I have to figure out what all the settings are or were. I mean, most of them are in Arduino. Most of the configuration settings for like the motor drivers and stuff are all in Arduino already. Stupid thing. Be nice if I could upgrade to having having the Z leveling, so the bar isn't discombobulated. Gotta get into the plastic a little bit. I like embedded C land. I guess if it's hardcore embedded Z, it's a little bit different, but... My summer car update. The fridge keeps cold if not opened during a power outage and lowers the chance of a fuse being... Thank fucking God. Thank fucking God. The spoiled mechanics are really getting on my nerves. I got a bunch of moose meat last night. Not IRL. Velkin thought I was talking about IRL, but I'm talking about my summer car. Mr. Hitler, as I was doing a drunken ride home, Mr. Hitler slammed into 2 meese, and so I booked it home. Dropped off Josuke. I'm just calling him Josuke from now on. Dropped off Josuke at his house. He got out. I book it home. grab the axe, book it all the way back to the meese, and you slam it with the axe and little moose meat pucks pop out. So I got that I like booked it straight home, which is apparently not what you're supposed to do because they go bad in 20 minutes game time. So what you're supposed to do is bring the grill and some charcoal with you. But I was able to get home in time to grill almost all of them. 2 of them went bad, and then put them in the fridge. But like, the fridge spoils stuff so fucking quickly. I mean, stuff in the fridge, rather, spoils so quickly, and not even related to power outages. Like, milk does not go bad as quickly as I think that game portrays it. There's paper towel, like little fuzzies all over the desk now. Yeah, I wonder what moose is actually like to eat. Buffalo's good. I like buffalo. I imagine it's something like that. Probably pretty gamey. Probably a little bit tough. You'd really have to, yeah, like stew it, do something to really break it down. I don't know if barbecuing it, I mean, well, like traditional barbecue, yeah, smoke it, yeah, I think that would do really well. Sorry, I'm a Philistine. When I hear barbecue, I think grill, which is wrong. Okay. Moderately clean desk. There's a lot of bullshit just off in the wings right now. Look at all that. Ugh. Ugh. You know, I need to get the new bar raider stuff. I'm gonna do that right now. The problem is the corner of shame is starting to encroach on my workspace. So it's starting to get a little ridiculous. Oh God, I'm beeping. Everything is beeping at me today. My 3D printer won't stop giving me an end to the fucking shenanigans that it's putting me through. My glucometer has been beeping at me constantly for the past 4 days. I've had a short temper because I haven't been sleeping. I did get a lot of sleep last night. I feel good today. But just like fucking everything has been beeping at me, and I'm about to smash something, and I hope it's not expensive when I do. No, I don't actually get violent angry. I just get mad. I just get angry. I get angry. I don't do the violence or breaking things. Bar raider. Oh, this is webcam. Download from Discord? Ah, oh, come on. Really? You made me download it from a Discord? Son of the bitch. Gotta get in the Bar Raider Discord. That's a little scummy, isn't it? Yeah, Leb's linked me to it. I gotta get on Discord on this machine though. That's my only problem. What am I doing? I'm opening up like TinEye or something. Where's my QR code app? I don't even know. Barcode scanner. That'll do. Wait, barcode scanner's the old one. Whatever. Do it. Go to the address. Log in with QR code. Pop. Man, it barely even got a picture of that. It was like blurry as shit. I had to get up at 5:50 to update a database. Congratulations! Found a cool project. Gonna make as soon as I get it board from PCBWay, MT32 Pi, Raspberry Pi, letting Raspberry Pi emulate an old Roland MT32 MIDI controller. Ooh, that sounds fun. Check your phone. Yes, log me in. Want to take full advantage of Discord to close. All right, boop, Leb, what'd you send me? Oh, he sent me the direct download link. Thank you. Show in folder. There it is. Stream Deck plugin. It's just if I want to get any other Bar Raider stuff, I'm gonna have to get in that Discord at some point. Twitch tools. Manage giveaways, clip to chat, send messages, ban users, update stream title tags, Twitch pager. Oh, that's kind of cool. I need something that allows my mods to do a Twitch pager. Channel monitor? Nah. Nah, none of that really. Advanced OBS command tools. Instant replay, don't. Drop frame, no. CPU usage, no. I'd have to look at the specific features because what I need to do is that frame rate change. That's sort of the linchpin in this. All right, I gotta close Stream Deck probably to update it. Quit Stream Deck. Just quit. Okay, Stream Deck is quat. Update. Yeah, I wanted to make the admin flasher, but the problem with the admin flasher is that hold on. Custom action is already installed. How do I uninstall it? Oh crap, there's an up. All right, everybody update. I don't program a bit redeem that makes different beeps and lengths depending on the amount, and then start a poll on how long until a bother ends up in until I end up hitting it with a hatchet. Yeah. Oh my god, so much stuff to click. Just install, you fucking... Stream Deck actually released a pedal, which I think is probably the most over-engineered thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It might have various stuff that you know, it might do cool stuff, but files in use, OBS Studio. Am I gonna stop the stream and start it again in order to just update Stream Deck? That seems a little bit ridiculous. I'm not gonna do that. A reboot will be required if I don't install it. Yeah, right, it will. Boop, boop, boop. If I have to restart my computer, I'm gonna have a little hissy fit, but I'll do it, I guess. But I need to uninstall Bar Raider and then reinstall it. If I uninstall Bar Raider, does that mean I lose my stuff? Yeah, look, Stream Deck pedal. There it is. I don't need that. The SD installer also thinks it's its own OBS plugin. What is that under? Oh, I'm on the browser, I see. Yeah, let me do this. Right click on what are the actions on the right in your SD software. 1.1 of the latest step. I don't think I have the latest one. Let me see. What am I doing? Setup, and then go to that. What am I looking at here? Cam control, bar rate, or webcam settings. Where are my things? They're like somewhere over here. I'm gonna burp. Wow, that was from the deepest, darkest recesses of my, yeah, my shit. Cam control, bar rater, right click, can't do it. OBS tools, right click, can't do it. Yeah, there's no right click menu. Cam control 1.1, there we go. 1.1 is the latest dev or latest release because my SD is on 1.1.3. Oh, the other one's early access. Yeah, okay. Here's the second one. I might have to do this offline if this is the case, because I don't want to spend too long on this. And I got all my cameras configured right now. It's just they've been kind of messing up lately, and I need to kind of update a lot of this stuff. So 1.1.3, extract folder. Now I think I probably need to shut down all the shit in order to do this. Oh, copyrighted music. Bop. Bop. I think I installed it. No, maybe not. Where's the window that tells me that I did something wrong? What? What are you talking about? Oh, because of the new pedal, yeah. How long do you think it takes to learn Python language when you have no programming skill? Not as long as you think. It's actually not that bad. It becomes very, I mean, if you, so I guess for me, when I learned it, I had like the basics of C down, and sort of, I knew how to think in programming, sort of think, which is, you know, actions and algorithms and stuff. You know, it's like a certain way of thinking about how things go together and function. Python is not a difficult language to learn, but I also had the advantage of already thinking like that. That's sort of a lot of what engineering education tries to get you to do, is to think in those senses, right? So if you go to learn Python and you have absolutely no programming skill at all, it's not really, you know, skill is, I don't like thinking about it as skill, because you're just gonna need seat time with something to do with Python, and you're gonna need to read code and, you know, look at it and, you know, parse it and understand it and sort of get to know functions and I guess, I don't know if object-based programming is, it's, how do I describe it? Jump into it. Jump into it. You'll eventually, it'll click. Find some tutorials for basics. And I think you'll be able to jump into it pretty quickly. I think so anyway. I think it's great for embedded computing because you can do a lot of cool stuff with it very intuitively. But then when you jump over to C from Python, you're gonna have some growing pains, and same goes for any other programming language going between them. A lot of the engineering education that I had at least stressed the fact that we needed to be able to jump from thing to thing to thing and know how to learn the stuff that we needed to know along the way. But they're all principally similar. I studied motors and controls. Robotics, technically. A lot of linear algebra. I've forgotten more math than most people have ever been exposed to. So is this... Oh yeah, none of these have webcams assigned. That's good. All right, cool. All right, so I gotta go through all of my actions here and actually assign webcams. Python tells you what's wrong, C just screams at you until you figure it out yourself. C tells you what's wrong, it's just a little cryptic about it. You need to know more about how C goes together. No, I am a polyp on society. I'm actually a consultant. I do consulting for a variety of different places, but I'm not mentioning them. Ha! God, the glasses have been smeared with like burger patties. Just scratch these? I don't think so. I got the Chrysol, whatever. Copying C64 programming. Yeah, C64 is like way different. All I know about C64 is they got some mean tracker programs that are pretty cool. Like, I don't know. You have 1 PM with somebody and then Twitch pulls it up in every fucking window you ever open, ever. All right, so we gotta do... Oh my God, what the fuck happened here? Do I have to guess which camera is which? They're all undefined. Oh my God. Do I have to restart my computer? If they're all exactly the same undefined camera, oh my God. Oh my God. All right, well, everything's broken. I probably have to restart the system in order to get everything working again. At least this Barrator app is able to differentiate between the webcams, according to everything that it says. What if I just plug that webcam in? Will that... Loud noise. What will that come up as? Undefined. Oh my god. I think I need to restart the whole computer for that to work. So next stream, I'll have all my webcams configured completely. Yay. Yeah, I didn't uninstall the old one. I didn't uninstall the old one. I like the melancholy trumpet, damn it. It could be that I just need to, like... Yeah, I need to redo all the commands. Well, let's get to work. This one is face, which is... Oh, God, which one is it? We have two C920s. C922, C920, Brio, game capture. Oh, and it doesn't see the microscope right now because I just plugged it in. I feel like C++ is exactly smart enough to mess with your intentionality sometimes. Yeah, you just need to feel it. C++ became easier to me once I learned assembly. Yeah, there's a logic to the programming that you need to kind of like think as. And I think the best way to do that is exposure and just doing projects. Like, don't just copy something, right? Think about how you can make your own program using the knowledge that's self-motivated. And that way you'll kind of get into it and see how to put stuff together. And then the other thing is, don't be afraid to just try stuff. Where did you do your studies? Man, you got so many questions that I don't like answering. I went to Drexel University. Drexel University is like right over there. Yeah, it was like a million years ago though. Does this have frame rate in it? No. I still need to use the Node-RED stuff then. I feel like I should be doing everything with Node-RED in order to do this. I don't know if I can. It's just annoying that I can't do frame rate in here, because to get over the Logitech problems, you need to change the frame rate. So if Node-RED isn't connected, there's no point in doing the whole camera procedure. I'll have to explore that later. So exposure. I want to get paid in exposure. -5. Huh. There's a fade length command in there. Well, I want it at 0. So now we can get rid of that one. I gotta bring in another one. Focus. Pro webcam, property, focus. Focus we have set to 20. I like this because this is how we retain our settings. But I think what I really need to do is an API call and then just have the Stream Deck wait until it's done. And if it does an API call, then I can just build it into my Node-RED flows, and then I've got all my settings here, and they're not going to depreciate when BarRaider decides never to touch his app again. So I have right now, in order to change just the frame rate, I have this call, and then it'll set the FPS or unset it. So, I don't know. But anyway, we'll continue with this. I don't, if the API, if OBS API can do this camera control stuff, that'd be nice. But yeah, so that's focus 20 manually set, no transition time. Delete the old one. I gotta do this for all of these. Oh God. Gain and white balance, huh? Webcam settings up here. Gain. Webcam is this one, and this one is gain, and then our setting is manual 51. Manual. I want to get this done so I don't have to think about it ever again until I implement it in Node. Delete. White balance. Gotta get that white balance in our schools. Let's see. Title. White no, balance. White balance. White balance. Webcam is this one. Select property. White balance. Right there. Manual. I could do like a zoom setting too. That's a fun one. It's like a digital zoom. I've managed to learn English, German, and a little bit of Japanese, and for a lot of mechanics behind understanding and learning programming, language is similar. Sadly, the book I bought gives minimal explanation of how to compile your code. That's tough because, yeah, compiling is like one of the biggest holdups that I've had in learning to code and using other coding languages, is that I don't know what to fucking do with this code once I write it. And that's the huge example. A little humble bragging about my knowledge of English while making grammatical mistakes. That's okay. I'm live editing your mistakes. If you pay attention to what I said, I made all the grammatical corrections. I don't mind. You've put in an incredible effort to talk to me in English, and I can't moderate other languages because I'm dumb. So you've done an absolutely spectacular job. All the communications you've tried to make to me have been completely clear. So you're good. You're good, man. But yeah, what I was saying is the compiling, right? Nobody tells you how to compile code, or they do, you know, but there's 1,001 ways to do it. And I think one of the biggest advantages of the Arduino is that it takes all that compiling shit and it just sweeps it under the carpet. It goes, you don't have to worry about this. Let's get you into code right now. And you're like, cool, I want my loop to do this stuff. And it's like, all right, let's go. Let's put that on the microcontroller. And then you're like, how do I directly control registers? And then it's like, look, I can't help you, man, but you can put that code right directly into the thing, and we'll directly influence registers if you really want that. And you're like, yeah, maybe I'll just stick to the functions for now. It's like, all right, cool, it's all under the carpet. You don't need to worry about anything. So if you want to get into physical computing and Python, maybe look into, I mean, the Raspberry Pi is pretty good for that kind of stuff. You can just throw some code on there, and then if you get in with terminal to your Raspberry Pi, you can just run Python without compiling it, right? You can just run that code. It's a little slower, but it's much cleaner to just go into a text file and edit it. There's some nuances that maybe you could ask the Discord if you want that knowledge, or you can, if you want to do physical computing and you want to learn C, because you hate yourself and you want C++ is what we call it. It's the Arduino's particular brand of C that sweeps a bunch of stuff under the carpet. You can just buy a basics Arduino kit and just start working with that. And then you can start going like, I want a distance sensor. And then you buy one off the internet. And then you Google any model of distance sensor and it'll come up with Arduino code. We took apart the Steam controller and it had an XY touchpad on it, right? And I saw, oh look, it's got communication lines on the touchpad. We looked up their website. And they had, on their website, they had Arduino code for running the touch sensor. ESP32 with Arduino core seems pretty powerful too. Yeah, they're nice. They're cheap. They're very cheap. And I don't mean they're cheap like they're low quality. I mean, they're just very inexpensive. And then you can do web stuff if you want on it. It's pretty cool. All right, where are we? We're at white balance. What am I setting it to? 4250. It should be 4300, but I'll do 4250. I would like to be able to put my own value into these things. 4250, good enough. HP Pro webcam, white balance, manual set, no fade length. All right, good on white balance. Delete. Oh, those are those settings. I need to go to these too now. Focus. So the focus I put in there, focus is basically an indicator to me. When the camera goes out of focus and comes back in, that way I know the actual app is doing stuff. English is my first language and I can barely talk it. It's true. You are terrible. I mean, automatic. What am I doing here? I guess it primes the focus. Yeah, focus priming. So focus. Then it sets it to manual, or sets it to automatic focus, just to know that it's at a starting state. That one we've selected HD Pro webcam. It's so nice to have that ID in here. I'm excited about this. This primes the exposure. What am I doing with exposure prime? I'm setting it to -5 on manual. That's not really doing anything. All right, it's fine. I'll do it anyway. Basically what I'm doing is I'm setting initial values and then I'm changing the FPS and then I'm overwriting them. That way you trigger the Logitech webcam into working properly, because these Logitech webcams have like a driver error in them, where if you change that FPS, all of your settings go all across the board. Like, I've had an Arduino kit for ages, but I've grown bored using pre-made code without really understanding it. So I decided to learn C++ and write my own. So start from the beginning, figure out something you want to do, maybe just do some like basic math functions and stuff, do some loops, figure out how to add stuff to a variable, and you've hit the ground running. I mean, that's all it takes. And then, you know, in order to make like a unique project for yourself, figure out something you want to do or improve with yourself. Like, if you want a thing, or even if you can't identify something in your life that you would like to improve, which is, in my mind, that's the actual engineering mindset, is, I don't like how this works. Can I make something that makes that work? If you can't do that, that's fine. Find 2 projects that are related and combine them. Because that's most of making unique projects, is you find a couple projects and you combine them. Figure out, oh, I can use a library to control this sensor, and then I can control this sensor with this library. How does each library work? Okay, I like that. Let's put them together. And then your main code is just a sequence of operations that are calling on sequences throughout the rest of your code. And then you're an embedded systems programmer, right? Hey Demi, how's it going, man? I still have to mail stuff. That's a long way to mail it. I'm here to tell you I've bragged about your first place in MSC for Rabas. I'll tell you, man, when I didn't know he was going to release his video, and it might have been because of me. Probably not. I'm probably giving myself too much credit. But I didn't know, when did he stream? Hold on, Metronomic is talking. He didn't take it well. When I told Rabaz about my summer car first place junior rally, his literal next message to me was, eat my ass. Hey, what's up, John? FK Productions, BHL. I didn't actually use his name there. So yeah, he was a little miffed. I don't know if he was releasing his video, the video that he just released. You're at the airport. What are you doing at the airport?
Thank you for those bits.
Hold on. I flew recently. I did a trip out to Oregon, and what I did on my phone was I downloaded streams with my unlimited data plan and like totally fucking maxed it out. I transferred like 16 gigabytes of data to my phone. Site visit. Oh, I love those site visits. Do you have all your tape measures and your clipboard and your button-down shirt? I used to do those for the architectural engineering job that I did. We had to count lighting fixtures. Which one is this? Focus Prime. Focus Prime. Webcam. This is a new bar rater app that lets me directly control the cameras, and it actually remembers which camera's which, instead of my 2 C920s being one camera that's randomly chosen when I restart the computer. Cheap hotel rooms. So I've not stayed in a cheaper hotel room than when I did the $250 car rally. And we were at, oh God, where were we? I don't think it was Tennessee, but it was somewhere in the South. And we were basically in a hotel that was behind a Waffle House. You know shit's going down when Waffle House closes. But yeah, the Waffle House is just like, it was a totally cool place. But it was like, it was basically Waffle House Hotel Hospital. So the room I was staying in, the sink, there were supposed to be 2 sinks and one of the sinks was gone. And then right below that sink was a bunch of exposed electrical wiring on the, like right below the countertop. Focus. And then our other focus prime took us to automatic. Focus prime, automatic. All right. And that's choosing the HD webcam. So this one, oh wait, no, I already did this one. Delete. Exposure prime, we need to do. Okay, there we go. So that's the one we're on. Nope, we're all the way up here with the primers, which was a cool movie. Exposure prime. I'll just do this one, and I'll do the rest of them later. I'm just gonna test this app real quick. When I get to the USA, you'll be my guide. Yeah, whenever we get rid of all the COVID. Before, when I did those site visits back in 2006, 5, the time of flight distance measurement tools didn't exist. So like the laser measuring tool, that didn't exist. And I was working on hospitals. So we were in like dialysis rooms with people hooked up to the machines. They're just trying to catch a break, right? They just want to hang out. They just want to hang out, right? They're already in a shit situation. And you got these two yuppie fuckers running around with a tape measure, trying to get it across the entire room and laughing at the dimensions. Like, haha, this is this weird number. Like, it was weird. That was a hell of a job. The exposed wiring's why there's a hospital. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense now. Oh God, where did all my settings go? Why did it change? Oh, because I went to the different camera view. It's so intuitive now that I don't even notice that I'm changing stuff. All right, exposure prime. This is basically just priming everything to be at the right value initially, so that I know stuff is happening. Oops, wait, property. Exposure. Let's get paid in exposure. 345, there we go. I mean, like a lot of people will start streaming and they don't do this stuff. This is not a requirement. This is me automating stuff that I find that pisses me off, basically. Like remembering numbers and putting them back into an app really annoys me. So I automated it, right? And I could probably have done it all through Node-RED, but I use this bar rater app. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm fixing an inherent bug in the Logitech webcams. These webcams could power everybody's stream and they would have beautiful video and nothing would be wrong or terrible looking. If you just get a couple lights and you run these settings, right? I can't do it through Node-RED. That's why we use both, huh? That sucks. It would be nice if I could have one source for all of these settings. What you got to do with these webcams is you have to go into the webcam settings control, set it down to 30 FPS, undo a lot of the auto features, set it back to 60, and then the webcam's like, oh, and then you have to go in and manually set all your settings again. And so you can get a nice soft focus on yourself, your background can be a little bit out of focus, and then you can get all the right color temperatures without all of the auto stuff screwing it up. So I could show you my Red Bull can, which I'm not sponsored by Red Bull, and it's not gonna try to autofocus to this, and it's not changing the brightness as I rake this across the webcam's view. So if I wanted to show you guys something up close in this camera, I'm using the same bar rater app, and I've got buttons on the Stream Deck that allow me to manually control focus. That's why I'm able to use the Logitech Brio over here and show you guys a bunch of different camera angles and live just change the focus. I'm not relying on anything automatic because it sucks. Because the automatic focus will see things like the lines on the desk and just go to that focus level. All right, anyway, exposure prime, manual set, -5. So this one can go away. Now we need our gain. And then the gain prime, I'm setting to manual at 0. And if you want to look up Logitech webcam procedure, I mean, we have a bot that'll tell you the link to that video, but if you just Google Logitech webcam like procedure on YouTube, Google it and look for the YouTube video, you'll find this guy's video, and it's actually really good. Light is auto. No auto settings. We don't trust our webcams to do themselves, because then you get washed out, weird looking webcam properties. And this is how you look like a streamer in your next Zoom call. You know, you can identify the streamers because they have brilliant video, and everybody else is like this washed out mess because nobody bothers with these settings. Oh, that is via Node-RED. So I have something called Tasmota running smart switches in my shop, because you buy these cheap smart switches for all of your appliances and stuff. And you can put what's called Tasmota on it, and that way you don't have to install a Chinese phone home propaganda app. We actually found that the good video maker lights have something that whitelists an email server from China. Listen, my Twitch name is Oh Bother, and that's a Winnie the Pooh reference to some people, and that means that I guess I can talk trash. I'm not being monitored. But yeah, somebody reverse engineered the app, and they found that it was whitelisting an email server from China. And looking it up online, I guess some people identified it as a propaganda server. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I know I'm on the big CCP list. You mean the community codec pack? I still use that. But yeah, so instead of running that software on these smart switches, I run Tasmota, and then I can control them from Node-RED. Node-RED also has an OBS plugin. So my broadcasting software is communicating. Okay, my broadcasting software, OBS. I'm gonna cough. I took a hit off the inhaler today just because I was coughing so much. Ooh, we got some flamenco guitar in here. Second to none. All right. This is confusing with everything muted. Welcome. Listen, if I had hardware control of things, I tried to get hardware control of the focus on the microscope camera, but there was some weird stuff with the signals that it was getting where it would like verify that it received the proper signal, but it wouldn't do anything. We were close. We were really close to this. I'm still pissed off about that. Anyway, this OBS has a Node-RED plugin, and the Node-RED plugin will communicate with Node-RED. Node-RED is like just a Java flow program that you do all kinds of cool stuff with, right? So what happens is in Node-RED, Node-RED, what's happening is I've got a WebSocket here. I don't know which one this is. Hold on. Yeah, so what's happening here is this WebSocket is communicating with this flow what scene is currently being viewed. So I have it turning it into a JSON or something like that, or picking out part of the JSON, and then it basically plugs it in and looks to see whether or not it contains the term spring arm. And if it does, it turns my stand light, it sends basically information to the stand light that says on. Or if it doesn't, it sends it off. And that way I don't blow out your guys' view when I go to this camera. So it's all automated, which is awesome. I really love it, because if I go to this view, that light turns on and it gives me my 3-point lighting, which isn't as good as it could be. I mean, there's still a bit of a soft shadow on there, but it's enough that I can give you guys a good video of what's going on. Yeah, everything is an app now. I know. I like getting away from that. Everything has its own app, so I need to have every single company in existence on my phone. I don't like that. Metronomic Live. All right. Gain Prime. I'm almost done with this. Let me just do this one, and then we'll continue on, because I want to do stuff with the pedals. That's called Node-RED. It's running on a Raspberry Pi that's over in the corner. That Raspberry Pi also runs my refrigerator too. You better catch it. Ha 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 ha. So Node-RED runs on the Raspberry Pi, and what you do is you manage flows of information, and the flows of information are in Java. Yeah, Leb TV Live is the one that really, I'm under his tutelage on this program. But what I can do is I can control basically all the lights in here with this stuff. So I have a Stream Deck on my main computer. I don't even use that for streaming. I just use it to control all of my stuff. Like if I want to turn off, let's see. Yeah, just turn off the lights in here. I just hit it with a control flow. And so I can automate that. And I haven't gotten to the point, I have not signed up for the voice commands through She Who Shall Not Be Named, the lady that Jeff Bezos put into my house. But I can control this through that. That's this one right here. I need to sign up for another account with that thing so it can recognize voice commands. And then I can be like, computer, lights! And it'll do one of these. Computer! And then go, beady boo-doo, and I can be like, come! And somebody will come in. All right. Anyway, that's like real home automation. So I could have it do something when I like open the garage if I really connect it to all that stuff. Yeah, I would make it only recognize my Captain Picard impression. So I'd have at some point I would have Patrick Stewart over, and he would be like lights, and then it wouldn't come on, and I'd be like, ha ha ha, you have to do a dumb impression of yourself. He don't like you. All right, let's get this done. Webcam, C920, property, and we're doing gain. Computer, gain. So what are we setting? Gain prime is set to 0. So that's the indicator. Manual set it to 0. And it's also following the procedure. So gain prime I can get rid of. Finally, white balance. Setting here. It's the most embarrassing thing I can say, so if somebody hears through FK Productions headphones. Title, white, balance, prime. Webcam, C920, property, white balance. And then what do we do? That's automatic. We'll just leave it at automatic. All right, delete. So now, since all these are done, Jesus fucking Christ. Somebody, like a package is being delivered right now. My brother wants to turn his cine room into a Star Trek control room. I've seen a lot of that stuff. You can get, there is I believe it's Linux that does LCARS. LCARS is the panel system, the button system that they run on Star Trek. And so Star Trek nerds, being what they are, have made an entire, like, I could do all this automation control stuff without a Stream Deck. I could put a Raspberry Pi, I could put whatever that LCARS program is on a Raspberry Pi and design touchscreen interfaces to control all that stuff. I always found it weird that they were piloting the ships with a touchpad interface. Big ships, fine, but shuttlecrafts? Nah, man. And then when they finally had a joystick on the show, it was the Thrustmaster T5000, the one that I have on the wall over there. You can blatantly see what kind of cheap joystick they spray painted. The Smuggler's Room on YouTube, yeah. All right, so I guess this should function. So if I Thrustmaster, the T5000 is like the $50 solution. I have a Warthog and a left-handed Warthog that some guy made. This is before I even had a 3D printer. This guy made out of plastic a really, really nice left-handed controller. He disappeared. He's vanished from the internet. I hope he's all right. Because like I talked to him about miniature computers a lot, but yeah, the 2 Warthogs I want to get ready for Star Citizen because I got a thing that'll clip them to the desk and then you have one in each hand. I also want a throttle in there too, just for like, you know, chip stuff. But yeah, pretty cool. All right, this mix is getting to be a little bit much. Just slow fade. Yeah, I know. Star Citizen, everybody's got a... I'm confident something cool is going to come out of that. I just wish somebody put the, what is it? Turn the screw. I don't know what the phrasing is. Anyway, somebody needs to like put a leash on Chris Roberts and stop him from feature creeping. They're very open with their development, and I think people are not used to that. I know, doing a 1-hour stream intro. Well, because I had to do stuff. I had to do stuff. So if I hit the face cam priming button, the procedure button, goes here, changes, does all that, and we're back. Perfect. So now what I need to do is I need to do it for the microscope, I need to do it for the Brio, and then I need to do it for the burn the subs cam. So when I start stream, I just go boop, 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 and everything is configured. So I don't have to do 500 camera configuration options. Now here's the real test. Here's the real test of the metal. Not like metal, like the METTLE. I'm gonna unplug this webcam. Then I'm gonna plug it back in. Hold on. You gotta get to the USB socket. There, pop. Plug it back in. And then if I, no, that wasn't a failure. That was I fully expected this to happen. So if I go to properties and I deactivate it and I reactivate it, we're back. You can see how shitty default webcam settings think they need to be. Look at this. I look like I'm dead. I look like a fucking zombie. Look at this thing. Ugh. This is what it defaults to. We don't have the frame rate issue, but this is just what it defaults to. Look at this. I look like a fucking zombie. I mean, I know I have dark circles under my eyes. Guys, I gained 5 pounds. I'm not happy about that. I'm at my maximum weight that I've been plus 5. I'm mad. I'm gonna stop eating lunch. It's called intermittent fasting, but back in my day, we just called it not eating, you fat ass. So I'm gonna not eat, you fat ass, and then see where that takes me. I used to wake up at 4:30 and go to the gym, but what the hell's smoking behind me? It's I'm running a little ultrasonic humidifier. Every now and then you'll see a little waft of smoke. Yeah. It's a little ultrasonic humidifier because when I get out of my Rabaz had the same problem, by the way. When I get out of my chair, the monitors go blank on my computer, and then when I come back, if I accidentally snap like a static electricity on something, my computer would restart. So I run a little ultrasonic humidifier behind me, and that's stopped almost completely. Every now and then I'll get up and the monitor will blink, but I used to keep a carbon fiber rod on my desk. Grab the carbon fiber rod, tap it to the chair, and there would be a little snap. And then all the monitors would turn off and start up again. It's very dry in Philadelphia, even though it's like rainy today. Anyway, so now if I hit the face procedure button, go through the sequence. Nah, fucked up. It fucked up. It didn't work. It didn't work. It worked when I identified the webcam initially. Let's see what it identifies as now. Damn it. That was not the functionality that I wanted out of you. Well, it's the only one that it sees. So maybe I need to hit it again? I don't know. It just lost its ability. What if I restart Stream Deck and try again? All right, let's restart Stream Deck. I just got to try this out so I know what I'm doing in the future so I don't get caught off guard by this. All right, okay. See, it does a little API call to HW info to give me those 2 monitor buttons. So, setup, face. There it goes. Okay, so I'll have to restart Stream Deck, but it's still on that one control, and now everything looks good, and my frame rate is good. Everything looks, I don't look like I'm in stop motion. And go to my game face. Good. All right, everything's good. All right, anyway, what are we doing today? What the hell are you doing today, Bother? Why are you here? What are you doing? Why would you do this? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I actually do know what I'm doing. Today, I would like to work on my pedals, my pedal files. I mean, my pedals. The pedals for the racing setup. So my racist setup with the pedal files. Oh my God, I'm saying all the wrong things. What's happening right now is that my sim setup doesn't feel like a real car. And if you guys know my sim setup, I have my office chair, and then I have these pedals that clamp to them. And they're this long thing. It used to actually be the keyboard tray that I built for my computer, but it's this long set of extrusion rails that has a set of pedals on the one end of it, right? And so I sit on the office chair, my feetsies reach the pedals, right? But they're right side up. There's something that's meant to go on the floor, and it just doesn't feel natural to me to have my feet sitting there and resting them on the pedals the way they are. What a lot of people do in the sim racing setups is they invert the pedals. Now they keep the throttle pedal on the floor and they invert the brake and the clutch, which has a more natural pull to it. I don't know if we're going to go so far as to I don't know if we're going to go so far as to do the gas pedal on the floor and the other two above, but I want it to feel more like my car. And the way I drive in my car is I put my heels down and then my feet just barely rest on the pedals. And when I want to push the pedal, push my foot forward. That's all there is to it, right? So I want that feel out of the pedals. And while we're doing that work on the pedals, I would also like to put the control box with the pedals. Now, we got to make that make sense. We got to make that work, because I'm going to have to flip the wheel 180 degrees so that the plugins are... Actually, do I need to do that? I need to have the cables exit that giant motor in a way that doesn't really get in the way. And I don't have a good right angle adapter. So I think the left-hand exit is fine. I think I can loop it and make it go to the right side of the pedals. Because there's... Okay, so on the desk, like if we think about the steering wheel on the desk I have the mouse on the right and the keyboard on the left. And if those cables are coming in this direction, they get in the way of the keyboard, which I think is fine. Getting in the way of the mouse would be bad. So if they stick out this way, I could potentially move the mouse and like click the mouse by accident. So I think that's a bad idea. Both feet on both pedals in your real car. I have 3 pedals in my real car, and then a foot resting location that I use. So I don't know if I don't think I'm going to be able to put in a foot resting location unless we really want to do that. But usually I have a foot barely on the clutch, like not even pushing it down, and then it's brake and gas on the other foot. I've tried to right foot brake, and I almost died. You want to do something fun in your car this winter when the conditions are crazy? Wait until you feel you're losing a little bit of grip and then try to right foot brake. Don't do that. Don't do that. You'll die. You'll die because your right foot is not used to the nuances of braking. Sorry, I meant left foot brake. Sorry. Yeah, left foot brake, because your left foot is only used to pushing in a clutch. Your right foot is used to putting a little feather on the brake, a little feather on the gas, a little feather on the brake. And your left foot comes in and it's just like, and you're like, ah, and then you fly through the windshield and die. Anyway, so what I want to do is I want to change the configuration of the pedals so that we have a little bit of adjustability. We'll see what we can do. And so that I have the pedals inverted so that they feel more natural. I want to put down a plate that I can put my heels against, and I want to move the control box onto the pedal cluster. And then we'll shorten the cable for the pedals, and that'll plug into the main control box. I need to drill a hole in it. Muscle memory, yeah, it's not good. And then I want to take that whole setup and I want to win the senior rally in my summer car. Damn it. Which means I need to win the junior rally again. I need to get another first place or a couple seconds, but wasting a week in my summer car is hell, especially when you've done all the jobs I did. So I think on Saturday, we're going to do my summer car again. I said I wouldn't do it. I said I wouldn't do it, Chad. I said I wouldn't do it. I need to finish that game. I need to, not F-I-N-N-I-S-H. I need to complete that game. I can't get it out of my head. I need to help Jose. No, I need to help Josuke, Jojo. I need to help Joko. There we go. Move his apartment because I refuse to find the briefcase and have him kill himself. So I need to help him move to his new apartment and do 2 rallies if everything was perfect. So I need to win the 1 junior rally, first place only, and then I need to do the senior rally and win first place. So it's going to be more than 2 rallies, but yeah, I think we'll do that this weekend. I think on Saturday we'll do the rallies if I can keep myself away from the game. All right, Timmy, have fun with baking everything. He never buys anything. He makes it all fresh. Heard a story about a friend of my mom. Cool. Who got an automatic after a manual, and the cop stopped her. She freaked out, pressed the brake like she would push the clutch. My parents did that at first too. They decided to go manual, or sorry, automatic with everything. We were a manual transmission family, a rare thing in America. But they decided to go automatic, and for a little while, because I was still a teenager when they did this, I would be riding in the car and they would... Have you ever driven a rally IRL? Only a like a road rally. So everything has to be road legal. Everything has to be road legal. There's no speeding. It was capture pictures of stuff was one of the main challenges. So you would have to, there was like a day where we all, it was like 50 teams of like 2 to 3 people, right? And at one point in like these 3 little towns, there's these 3 little towns that are basically, there's a main road in West Virginia, and then there's roads that go straight down to the town, and that's it, right? So these 3 little towns, we had to go to one of the 3. There's 50 teams of 3 to 4 people going to one of these 3 towns, and they're all dressed like Superman. And so you have to sort of like descend upon this place and get a picture of yourself, your car, some locals, the more points, and a township building behind you to prove that you've been there. So we pulled into a gas station, and the giant lifted truck took one look at us and pulled out and left. They just left. They're like, I ain't dealing with this shit. It was like not safe. But yeah, that was the road rally. We also did Tail of the Dragon, which is like what, 316 turns in a couple miles. We did Tail of the Dragon, and I put a scratch that was over an inch long in the roof of a Mark II Volkswagen Golf that we had done up for the rally. So it's like basically a trash vehicle with no interior. And we added a roof rack just by drilling through the roof and adding something. And then we had a bunch of like, we had my 20,000 volt sniper scope case on the top that had like spare parts in it. And in driving that front wheel drive car on Deals Gap as fast as possible, as fast as conditions and the other people on the track would allow, or road would allow me to go, I managed to body flex the thing enough to put a 1-inch scratch in the paint in the top of the car. It's fun. All right, anyway, that car was running in limp mode the entire time, and so we got about 13 miles to the gallon for a drive from Staten Island, New York to Bourbon Street, New Orleans. We didn't go back. We sold the car, and then we buddied up with some other teams and rode all the way back up to the East Coast. But man alive, was that man. We had to get a lot of gas. We were able to pull off of the gas. If you lifted off the gas, it would just start popping because it was in limp mode. We blew up the ECU. All right, pedals. Pedals. Always with these pedals. Pedals, get these over here. These things are huge. So we're probably going to be using some alternative views today. Oh, God, they're a little heavier than I thought. The problem with this project is everything is heavy. I tried to make it, like, temporary so that I could put the pedals onto the computer on demand. But, you know, time makes fools of us all. That's not the right phrase for what I'm talking about. All right, I'm getting the control box right now. Now, this power supply comes from, and if you guys were here for the pre-stream, this power supply is actually here. Sorry, this case, the case on this thing is actually from FK Productions, PHL. His giant cutting laser died, and so they replaced it with the Angry Taquito, which is a totally different laser. And so he was like, you want a giant laser tube? And I'm like, I don't know. Space is limited for giant stuff around here. And so I ended up taking a look at it, and I didn't take the laser tube. It would have been a good work of art to put on the wall, but I did get the power supply. And the thing about the power supply is it was the perfect size for the Granite Devices controller, to the degree where I have everything in here and it's all perfectly laid out. Let me get the pedals out of the way for a minute so I can show you guys this project. This is a long project on this stream. I think we did a pretty decent job of it. I just need to devise a better way to clip these pedals to the chair. It requires me rolling around on the ground a lot. All right. So, what we have here, and I left this on there just for protection. We have a Noctua fan and an old power supply that I put in some of the stuff. I think I needed to move this backwards or something so it would fit. Yeah, I needed to move this out so it would fit. But a lot of these holes were already there in the controller. But what we did is we took a Granite Devices controller, the Simu cube, and we put that down here. How's this frame rate doing? I think it's okay. We put that down here. And then I have this board that's just sitting on over top of it. The board over top of it is our own special, basically analog to digital board. What this is doing, God, why are the visuals terrible right now? Hold on. I've got a lot of stuff here, and I can't get my production stuff to reconcile with my actual project stuff. Get a little closer in. So the 48-volt power supply is one of the ones that was recommended by Granite Devices, and this is able to run the force feedback steering wheel at full power. It might have been a bad buy. This might have been a bad buy. It might be too much power supply for this system. I mean, it's, you know, having an oversized power supply is fine. I just wish the controller was not as large as it is. I could maybe make a much smaller controller if I used a slightly less brutal power supply. But anyway, I refuse to buy an enclosure for this thing. So this is all in an old laser power supply. This thing is 48 volts, 480 watts. That's a lot of amps. That's a lot of potential amps coming out of that thing. We don't have a lot of room for our internal wiring. But anyway, we created an Arduino board that is able to supply 12 volts to what's called the LIN bus, and then it's able to also create its own 5 volts, all from the 48-volt power supply. The Simu cube, of course, takes the 48-volt power supply and runs everything on its own as well. What's happening here is we have buttons on the steering wheel. The steering wheel is full of buttons. It's a Mercedes S-Class steering wheel. It happens to look exactly like that. You may be fooled. In fact, a lot of people were fooled by that logo on the front. That's just covering over the face-shaped chasm in the middle of the steering wheel. We tried to do a bunch of 3D scanning stuff in order to make like an airbag cover, because I'm not going to pay $300 for a Mercedes airbag cover, and the only people that are selling ones that are not $300 are ones that have blown up and they're all ruined and stuff. I mean, maybe I could find like maybe I could run a Mercedes off of the road at some point and then grab their airbag cover after it sets off. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. But anyway, so just don't look at the crime report for Philadelphia. Anyway, so I don't have a cover for that. It's like $300 for a cover for that. It would be nice. It would look cool, but I'm not stressing that because it's totally cosmetic. So all I did is I took my old airbag. Well, yeah, aftermarket is just covers. Nobody's fucking around with airbags. Like here. Nobody's fucking around with airbags because they're a liability. Hold on, I gotta okay, there. So that's closing Discord so I don't dox anybody. Come back over here and then eBay. If I find something. I don't think an airbag cover is exactly what... Oh, there we go. Just a seat back. That's $3,000. That's going to be everything and everything. Yeah. Here's our buddy. That's not exactly the one, but $500 with the airbag. What is our style of wheel? I think it's this one. I think this is the one. And there's also like a fancy one, but yeah, what I wanted to do was scan, 3D scan the outer rim of this thing. I wanted to do just like a quick little rim job on this thing and be able to print out a cover of my own, like put a logo on it and stuff. My 3D printer right now, I'm so angry at my 3D printer right now. I bought a hood to go over the whole thing so that the window right next to it wouldn't interfere with the print. I've been trying to print out a gated shifter for the whole thing, and I should have been done it by the end of this week, but I'm not going to be able to finish it by the end of this week because I think I'm going to have to get a new control board for my printer. Or I could suffer through, but I've had like 16 failed prints just because it's been lifting off of the bed and the temperatures are all over the place. It's winter here, right? So my summer printer was working just fine until I decided to start printing large things. And then it's all gone to shit. I got to recalibrate the whole thing now. I may get a new driver board, and maybe we'll do a week of that as a project, and then I'll have my printer squared away again. What I like to call Control P status, which is where you don't need to fuck with anything, and you just output your STLs and print them immediately. I'm so angry at the printer right now. It needs a little bit of a refurbishing, though. So I think what we're going to do is, after I do the pedal improvements, I'm still going to roll forward with some of the other design stuff that I need to do. I'll, on my own, try to machine the laser, the water-cooled laser jacket. And then, in the meantime, I think I'm going to pull the printer back over here, and we're going to do some refurbishing on that thing, because that piece has gotten out of hand, and I'm getting angry at it. Usually I just up the temperature and hit print, and it works just fine. I could wheel it into the other room to try to give it more consistent temperatures, but it's just at the point where I've decided, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bite the bullet right now. I'm going to pay for this. I'm going to pay for the consequences of my own actions, but I need to get that printer working again. I want to print a shifter. It's $120 to buy a basic gated shifter, and you can go on the Thingiverse and find the exact same design, you know? Just had to buy an Arduino Uno to flash up my Ender 3 Pro the other day. It was one of the older 8-bit controller boards. Mine's 8-bit too. That's the other thing, is like, maybe I want to upgrade it a little bit. But SKS 1.4, or there's that Raspberry Pi thing that looks kind of neat. I don't need anything too crazy on the printer, but it would be nice to have like a modern control board on there. Mine was modern, but then modern changed, so it's not modern anymore. If you guys want, I would love for you guys to join the Discord and give me some suggestions. And you can go to the 3D printer section and see how fucking angry I am at my printer. But I want to identify a board that's good. Maybe something that'll be interesting for you guys to see somebody configure. But given the features of my printer, I would also very much like to have the Z's balance themselves out and properly kind of prime themselves to be at the correct heights. Because I don't want to go back to all those bed leveling procedures that piss me off. Right? I don't even think my printer is using the bed leveling stuff. So, the name of the small USB HID dev kit. Came by and saw it once and forgot what it was called. USB HID dev kit. What do you mean by HID dev kit? Do you mean like the thing that I'm using to make peripherals? Like for the pedal and stuff? Yeah, it's called DigiSpark. It's a DigiKey device, actually. DigiKey made their own like Arduino compatible kind of thing. It's called DigiSpark. The other Lone Star is a big fan of it. I don't ever want to use it again. It's good for making peripherals that are very simple, like one-button peripherals. But I like using, when I do the ATtiny85s, I like using the MIT Arduino core. And that way I have full control over everything that's going on, and I don't have a lot of the fluff of the DigiKey, DigiSpark sort of ecosystem in there. But I don't know, I'm a little bit more advanced with the ATtiny85s. Unbeknownst, apparently, to random people coming into my stream and doing hard code rewrites on my code, and then making me look it over. I'm not gonna look over unsolicited code rewrites on ATtiny85 code that the person admits to not knowing how they work. Like, sorry. Anyway, God, that was weird. Okay, so yeah, what was I referring to here a minute ago? Yeah, the 3D printer has been really pissing me off. I'm gonna replace the control board. I'm gonna get something more quality, and hopefully it'll run things a little bit more smoothly and allow me to use some of the features that I don't think I correctly implemented, and maybe keep the printer in service a little bit longer. I got a bunch of them. They're weird and uncomfortable to use. I like the use of the word uncomfortable in there. That's correct. Because you have to insert the circuit board into your USB slot, and there's nothing on the other side of the USB slot. So like, I've had USB sockets break, and the little plastic piece come out, and you're like, oh no. Anyway, so the steering wheel. It's a Mercedes wheel. We hooked it up to the SimuCube controller. I don't know. There was a web page for the SimuCube API, but I don't know what it is. And we've had in the past people involved with the Simucube, like the actual Scandinavian Finnish. Are they Finnish? I forget, Swedish or Finnish. I forget which one they are. I know they're not Danish because I could understand them. But they were in chat, and I was talking to them about how I have too many buttons for the amount of analog button inputs that they have on there. They're digital button inputs, but they're individual pins, right? I have too many buttons. And they were like, yeah, we're going to release the API soon, and you'll be able to actually like digitally communicate with our hardware. And I'm like, cool. And that was 3 years ago. So what we have are buttons that are being communicated digitally through a system called the LIN bus. The LIN bus, that's an acronym. It's LIN, and it's Local Interconnect Network. All those Europeans got together one day and they said, hey, we need to figure out a way to cheaply send communication stuff all over the car, but I only want to use 3 wires. So they made what is essentially a derivative. No, the CAN bus is too many wires. It's too much copper. That's too expensive, right? So what they did is they took one-wire protocol and they carized it. When you have a one-wire protocol, there's a lot of stuff going on there. You don't just have like a clock signal on one. I'm not going to try to do a European accent. It's going to sound terrible. We need the bus configuration. Fuck that. No, I can't do that well. I need to practice. I need to practice being a comedian, and I'm not allowed to be, apparently, according to my moderator. Anyway, so I'm not allowed to joke. Otherwise, I get totally serious statements as a response. There's no push-pull. Anyway, so what they decided to do is, instead of using the CAN bus, which uses like 11 wires that are like this thick in order to communicate stuff around your car. CAN bus, by the way, is still used. There's a safety CAN, like a high-speed safety CAN bus, and there's a low-priority CAN bus in a car. I know a lot about this stuff because one of the projects that I moonlighted on when I was going through a change in consulting jobs was getting forensic information out of cars. Forensic information being like contacts on the phone and stuff like that. So I know a lot about digital communications in modern cars. So here's the deal. A car has many different bus systems in it. You have like your entertainment bus, low priority CAN bus, high priority CAN bus. There's other ones too, and they're all layered on top of each other throughout time. It's like archaeology. You can slice it and look at the different layers of bus protocols that exist in a car. BMWs have an optical loop that runs around in order to do entertainment for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I would much rather cars just have one fiber optic like bus around the whole thing. It would be expensive to replace, but it would be a high-speed communication protocol that all the individual devices could do. So you could have power and optical, and then it wouldn't have any interference. That's just my own machinations. I think some car companies wanted to do that. But anyway, here's the deal. So you've got all these different bus systems and different abilities to communicate with these different bus systems, and they control various digital functions within the car. CAN bus takes a lot of wires, so it's expensive. So what I don't fucking know who, they decided to get together and make a cheap protocol. And so they did a 3-wire bus, positive 12, negative 12. Well, it's ground, positive 12, and then 12-volt communication. And the 12-volt communication is called the LIN bus. It's a local interconnect network. Each individual device is pulling that 12-volt line down against a resistor. You got to tune the resistor to work properly. But what happens is you send a transmit and you get a receive on that one single wire. So built into that protocol is a little interrupt if somebody else is communicating. You have to wait, right? You have one singular bus master, the bus, and it knows all the individual IDs of the things along the bus. I think unlike I2C, I don't know if there's a call and response for all the addresses that exist. There isn't, actually. There's no call and response for all addresses present, unlike I2C. It'd be nice if it did that. Instead, I mean, you can implement that on your own, but what it does is it has like a task scheduler, which we didn't implement. It asks for an individual ID's response. That individual ID then comes back with a signal. And so each of those signals has a preamble on it in order to get timing right, because you don't have a separate clock line. If you have a separate clock line, you know, if your clock's out, then you get arrested. No, I'm talking about the wrong thing. If you have a clock line that's separate from your data line, everything syncs up and it's beautiful and it's easy. If you have a one-wire protocol, then you need to actually treat it like a radio transmission, like a digital radio transmission, because things will drift. If one microcontroller is in a hot area and the other one's in a cold area, the hot microcontroller won't get its clock right. What am I saying? Anyway, the microcontroller that's warmer is going to have different timing functions unless it has a temperature, a TCXO, a temperature compensated oscillator. For some reason, XO is oscillator. Anyway, there are advanced clocks that, you know, temperature compensate and phase compensate and do all kinds of stuff like that. But generally, you don't have that in cheap microcontroller systems in cars. I mean, the one in that wheel is actually pretty nice, though. But so what happened was we needed to figure out how to communicate with that wheel over this bus protocol, the bus protocol. The problem is Mercedes, ignore the logo, Mercedes isn't exactly forthcoming about the ins and outs of their individual protocol. Now, they are following LIN bus standards, which is fine, but we had to reverse engineer the actual ID of the steering wheel. And then we had to reverse engineer what all the individual pieces of the packet represent. And there's stuff we still don't know that we can't know because we don't have a fully implemented LIN bus. And from model to model, the little nuances of the signal are going to change. But we were able to reverse engineer all the stuff we needed to know from that wheel by brute forcing the addresses. We brute forced the addresses because there aren't that many slots for the address to fit into, right? It's like 8 or 16 bit. I think it's 8 bits or something. It's more than that. Anyway, what we did is we just went through and binary counted, sent a signal out for a response. When we got a response, my microcontroller program stopped and we got the address. The only other thing that's left to do, because there's some scary stuff in the LIN protocol. There's some scary stuff in there. We could potentially hit an address that would trigger a reprogramming event on the foreign microcontroller. Or what I'd like to do is figure out what the backlighting address is, because I want that steering wheel has orange backlighting on it. I fucking love orange, right? Fuck yeah, let's do that. Let's backlight it orange. I kind of want to find an illuminated shift knob for the gated shifter, so it lights up orange, and I can be like, yeah, this is awesome. And then I can implement. I don't have it with me. I have a little BMW lighting control panel that I could make into a LIN bus thing, and I could make that control the backlighting for the wheel. So I could turn the lights up and down, turn the headlights on. I don't know. That'd be cool. Big loop for trying all addresses. That's exactly it. And that's how we found the LIN bus address of that. But here's the thing. So like I said before, man, this is a long explanation. I hope you guys are okay with this. I know people are coming and going, but people need to be here for like an entire hour, like taking notes on what I say so they know exactly what's happening. Yeah, Mercedes is not like BMW. BMW has the fan base that has completely reverse engineered the ECU, like down to like machine code. It's insane. Those guys are nuts. I nodded off, but I'm back. Dude, I was doing that last night. I was nodding off while watching stuff. It was bad. I time traveled. Yeah, the BMW kids have reverse engineered everything. Mercedes, not so much. Schmide, 41 months. Need grinder monkey for pedaling. I understand the individual words, but in that order, it's... Anyway, actually, I don't understand the individual words. I don't know what the fuck you just said. Anyway, so we needed a big power supply for the Granite Devices controller. We need the Granite Devices controller. It has a motor controller card that plugs in, but the way that it controls all the buttons and stuff, it assumes that you have a traditional SIM setup. And so these Ethernet plugs right here, these unlabeled, I really should label them. These Ethernet cables are used for all of your external connections. And so what you have is like a ground and then a bunch of sensing pins. And those sensing pins can be hooked up to encoders. They can be hooked up to switches. There's a variety of things that can hook up to this thing. And there's a fair amount. There's a fair amount of things that can hook up. The problem is I have so many buttons that we can't I'm using all of these, and yet I don't represent all of the different controls for this thing. I would love to know what the fuck the API is for this thing, because there's actually a wireless wheel thing. Because if you look at the wheel, by the way, where it's a sim racing setup, so it uses something called SimuCube, which is a big industrial servo motor controller for sim racing. We added an Arduino to it to speak LIN bus, and then I have digital potentiometers and a port expander, what are actually flipping the buttons and doing the analog controls, because we also put the pedals on that protocol. I made my own little LIN bus adapter so that we can have a load cell as a brake. The gas pedal and the clutch are just these cheap Fanatic it's a cheap Fanatic just pedal setup, right? All this is driving a worm gear that does a potentiometer. The later Fanatic stuff is much better. It does different actuation and stuff like that. This is the real cheap stuff. We added a load cell that I could probably put my entire weight on, which wasn't really necessary. I need to tune this. It's non-linear. And I need to put a little squish in the pedal. We'll look at that in a minute. I need that little bit of squish so that it feels right. But anyway, this stuff is also on the LIN bus, because if we're doing the steering wheel on the LIN bus, we might as well do everything on the LIN bus. So I've got the wheel on the LIN bus. I have this BMW sequential shifter that's also on the LIN bus. Yeah, I figure that's what it is too. Whatever Schmide says, it's always a little bit toxic. Just a little bit toxic. So we have all the pedals communicating analogly, cries in analog, over to the microcontroller that is doing a voltage level via digital potentiometer. This all works, by the way. This all works very well. I won first place in the junior rally with it. And Rabaz is not happy with me for it. I can't believe Demi got Rabaz to reply in the stream bragging about it. Anyway, we've got all that stuff hooked up in here, and it all works. Just some stuff is not exactly working properly. I would really like to know what that digital protocol is to get into the SimuCube, but I don't think I'll know it anytime soon unless I actually buy the wireless wheel thing and then reverse engineer it myself. I don't have any friends that have SimuCube hardware that I could borrow for a little while. But what I want to do with this control box, see, I should rarely ever need to get into the microcontroller, but I need to attach this. I think, because instead of having this just sit on the desk, I think I would like to actually have, the control box on these pedals. These pedals strapped to my rolling office chair through a bolt at the base there, and then the steering wheel clips to the desk. So what I'd like to have happen is, to have Entropic Heavens sub with Prime for 4 months. Thank you for the Prime. Listen, those Primes are important. I'm super happy about the Primes, because Twitch does not remind you that you need to re-up your Primes. You'll just notice in stream that you don't have your emotes or something, right? Twitch does not remind you of the Prime. So seeing people subbing with a Prime for a long time, I'm super happy about that. And it also means less money in Jeff Bezos' very, very deep pocket. All right, so I don't have an emergency stop implemented. We're not going to work on that today. What I'd like to do is roll this control panel into this setup here, and I want to invert my pedals. I want them to be upside down, because that's more natural to the way a car actually, does stuff. I have these things. I ordered these on Amazon, so Jeff Bezos threw these in a little envelope, and then he fucking punted them at one of his servants, and he said, "Mail this, or else." And so they sent them to me, and I got an empty package. I got an empty envelope with a broken seal. I didn't even notice the broken seal until I ripped it open. So then I went back to Amazon and I said, hey man, I didn't get anything. And so they sent me another pair. Actually, I said I got the wrong thing, because nothing is the wrong thing. Pyromad converted from a Prime Gaming sub to a tier 1. Oh, Pyromad, thank you so much. Those Prime subs, yeah, the tier 1s will auto up, which is pretty awesome. 100 bits from Peter Wolf. Hey, thank you for the bits. That's very generous of you. Hello, bother. Oh no, hello, brother. I had some bits laying around. Okay, hey, thank you. I appreciate you guys giving me those little bits of spare change. It's like the plot to Superman or whatever, where all the little bits of the ends of the transactions end up in my pocket. I am JL. Hey, thank you for the prime. Thank you for those primes. You guys are very kind. I'm happy to be worthy of you guys actually going out of your way. I need to update emotes. That's something on my list of things to do. Anyway, I got these things. They're not exactly fixed at an angle, and I might have trouble with that. Forgot that I had. You're more than welcome. Hey, man, appreciate that. These I don't know. I tightened the screw on it, and now it just. These are really cheap. They're for 2020 rails, but this is so that I can put an angle on the rail. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, if I have the parts, which is something that I need to explore in a minute here, I need to go look for scrap pieces of these things. But what I can do is add a rail to the end of this and then have it come up at an angle on the other side, obviously. Have it come up at an angle and support these. So let me go see if I can find some scraps, and then we'll take these off of here. And then when we're done, we need to put a floor plate on, and then we'll see about attaching the control panel to the rest of this thing. And so let's also focus the camera. That kind of helps. Man, it's really getting washed out. What's going on here? Well, I can't prime it. I can't use my priming function right now because I need to reprogram it to select the right camera. Actually, do I need to reprogram it to do that? Oh yeah, because it's the old version of it, and it doesn't come up with a thing. I know. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about it. Because this camera's on auto exposure, because I move it from the dark area to the bright area often. All right, let me see if I can find rails. Let's see if I can find rails in the shop that I can use. I get $20 every time I do that. No, I don't. I'm not actually sponsored by Red Bull. That'd be nice. So the scrap pile has a lot of stuff in it, but I don't think it has mid-length rails like I need. I have very, very long ones that I can cut. Those are for burn the subs, though. I guess if I gotta, I gotta. You know, if I gotta cut them, I gotta cut them. Because burn the subs 3 isn't gonna happen for a little while because we need to work on literally everything else. And I need any version of burn the subs to be functioning in the shop before I work on the new one. Okay, here's a couple pieces. A couple smaller pieces that I can cut down. And there's some 80-20 rail here. Ah! I cut myself on these things. All right, so I got a couple sections. A couple of sections here. Grab this too. Try not to unplug my mic as I do this. The scrap pile is in a corner of the shop that I don't really put on camera. There's some of this. Bolts. Let's see, what do we got? We got this bolt kit, and I got the bolt kit that's already over there. All right, let's see if we can do with that. Let's see if we can make do with all that stuff. Yeah, all right. Thanks, man. Really appreciate you coming out and telling me about just requesting a ban. Fucking assholes. Hey, you want some followers and likes? And no. No. And I wish Twitch would be a little bit harder on those. Twitch gets them pretty quick, but fast enough for my liking. Engineering rails. These things allow you to configure stuff very quickly. You can put stuff together very quickly. They're aluminum. They're easy to machine. And they're configurable and reconfigurable. You can break down old projects and put up new stuff. They're pretty good, and I need to buy more of them. I need to buy more of them. Okay, hold on. All the stuff we're dealing with is kind of large today, so we're gonna see about what we can put together. Let me get the control panel out of the way for now, because that's step 2. That really is step 2. And I need to drill a hole in this so that I have my little microphone style connection for the LIN bus that comes from the pedals. That or put a JST connector on the outside or something. But yeah, let's get this out of the way. Out of the way. Just put it on this shelf over here. That might do. I don't really have any adapters from MakerBeam to 2020 rail, do I? Okay, so I also need some of my other rail supplies, which are in the shelf over here. Ugh. Sorry, you guys can just hear the strife, the struggles that I go through in order to get all this stuff together. There we go. Level 1 hype train. Hey, thank you. Choo choo. What is that? Is it a dead cat? What is that emote? Van life builds? They use 80/20. Huh. Yeah, they're reconfigurable and they're extremely strong when they're put together. They're used in factories a lot. A lot of factory stuff uses them. But I mean, the 80/20 website details a lot of different builds. And you look at the builds that they make and you're like, that is way too expensive for what that is. Somebody did like a brewing setup with it. And I'm like, that's a lot of money. Like, that's a lot of money. If you start the hype train, you don't get anything. You don't even get like basic credit for. You don't even get basic human rights from Twitch. All right, I'm gonna unplug the data cable so that we can work with this thing a little bit better because I wanna remove the pedals first. Unfortunately, we can't 3D print anything for this because I'm very mad. I'm very mad. My 3D printer, it's not really functioning correctly. That's not the right size. I need to get my big hex things. Hey, Gonad, how's it going? Blah. I need to buy a new control board for my 3D printer because it's time. It's been pissing me off lately, and I need a control board that'll support the things that I want it to do. Because I'm very, very, very mad at it. I'm very mad at it. It has betrayed me for the last time. It had all kinds of errors with bed height. Yeah, it didn't. No, it didn't. Bed height errors became bed height errors turned into temperature errors. And while I bought an entire hood to put over the thing to give it an enclosure, it's just, at this point, I'm just done. I'm done with the experimental firmware of yesteryear. So what I need to do is, I'll probably need to evaluate whether or not the control board supports, because I get out of 8-bit, first of all, and then figure out if I can get something that will let me level the Z's individually. So my 2 Z motors will be 2 separate drivers that will individually level themselves. And then if they're on 2 separate drivers, that means the driver is going to be nice and cool. I need to migrate all my settings over, which will be a pain in the ass. So I got to reconfigure Marlin again to do what I want it to do. And then, oh God, it's all just a struggle. So what I've been trying to print is a gated shifter for this thing. I think those are internal. I don't think that's going to come out. Hold on. Yeah, those are internal rail things. Damn it. Everything about this is going to be annoying at first. Yeah, I wanted to print a gated shifter, and there's a thing on Thingiverse that's a 7-speed, and it had a 24-hour print that didn't happen. And it had then I upped the layer height, and then it was a 15-hour print, a little bit more manageable. But in the end, it all screwed up. So now I am mad. I am angry. So as a gift to myself, I'm going to try to invert these pedals. Maybe I can find a little bit of equilibrium. The only problem is I'm not going to be able to 3D print anything to make it happen, which is its own little bastard of a problem. I can machine stuff, and it'll probably be better that everything here is engineered out of metal. But I know, this is like major drop territory. Inverted pedals are so nice. Listen, you don't got to tell me. You don't need to preach to me. I'm already in the pyramid scheme. But what we're doing is we're inverting the pedals, and then we are also going to try at least, to put the control panel with everything else. And then I'll feel more comfortable piloting the car. If I have that gated shifter, I'll do much better too. I'm not going to spend $120 on one. I'd rather actually fix my printer, because that's going to pay dividends down the line. It's gonna take us a little while, probably better part of a week, probably more than a week, to redo my printer. Although to be fair, completely redoing the printer is not that big of a deal, because I've already got everything in the control board and stuff like that. And I haven't looked at that in a long time. We haven't opened that up and sort of reconfigured that or anything. So perhaps it'll be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps. All right, one of our options here is that we might be able to move the gas pedal. God, a little bit of dust, a little bit of dust. Gas pedal, if I could keep that on the floor, that would be nice, which would mean I'd have to unbolt these 4. And then this whole thing would go inverted, and the gas pedal would go on the floor. Let's try it. Let's see if we can do that. These pedals are pretty changeable, so I can just get the gas pedal off of here. These are just potentiometers, by the way. All these pedals, they're just a little gear that goes to a potentiometer. So you can do any variety of potentiometer stuff in order to get these things functioning. What happens is, what you have is you have a potentiometer that's a variable resistor. So while you increase the value of one resistor, you decrease the value of the other one. So one increases, the other decreases, and what that does is that sets up what's called a voltage divider. Which when I was like way beyond that point in college, I didn't remember what a voltage divider was, and I got made fun of by a colleague. Anyway, so voltage divider means you have one resistor going to ground, one resistor going to positive, and in between those two, you have a particular value of voltage. And the microcontroller can sense that voltage on an analog pin, and then translate that into a digital number. And that digital number is then communicated over the LIN bus in this system to whatever requests that value. How do we get this thing off of here? Did I have to remove feetsies in order to do it? I don't think so. Now, Fanatic wouldn't make you do that, would they? Or did this just pop off? I can see little supports coming up through the feeties, though. Would they really make you do this? This seems wrong. Yeah, if I had peeled those off previously, I would know. I think it just snaps out. I think. All right, well, nothing that a big screwdriver can't fix, or maybe a small screwdriver. Yeah, I didn't put 2 and 2 together and call it a voltage divider, you know? This is interesting. So the foot panel keeps these things down. Now I don't want to reinvent the wheel here, or the pedals, I guess. I'm going to keep them in this enclosure, except for the gas pedal. The gas pedal I might put on the floor. But I need to figure out how to unsnap these things. What model are these? Fanatic, Fanatec, Lord knows what the hell these fucking things are. All right, we gotta look them up. I wanna look up how to move that. The only problem is, my text is dead. What are you talking about? The only problem is I can't change these pedals around. These are very, very cheap. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, is those rubber feet I might need to remove in order to unsnap the top piece, and I don't want to ruin the adhesive. There's always a problem with that. Whenever they put feet over oh, it's not scrolling. Oh, you know what I did? I minimized it. That's what it is. There it is. Thank you, thank you. Fanatec pedals. Look at the modern ones. Look at this. You could just make them. I want this. But they're $600. What the fuck? These were like 50. Ugh. For like, just like a gaming peripheral, you're going to use like twice. for like 2 games, and you'll be like, you know what? I'm actually slower in this game without a controller. I should use this different thing. 79.95 I could have saved. Crazy. Anyway, these are like not supported anymore. No. That is not at all. The only problem is they're fully focused on their modern stuff. They want you to buy the modern stuff instead of supporting a set of pedals that they put on sale in 2015. I don't even know what the model is on the pedals that I have. These are so old. They're so old and busted. What if I just put old in the search term? Would I be able to find it that way? I think they're CSR. Or are those the good ones? Let's look up CSL? No. No, they're even more fucky than that. V3 inverted? No, those are the $600 ones. Let's see. No. Pedals CS. No. Yeah, I mean maybe like looking through eBay or something. I have a feeling the label is on the little cover that was here that we removed. I have a serial number, but that's not going to tell me what model these are. And they don't seem proud enough of these things in order to give me any information on them. Wait a minute, does the top, I think the top piece, yeah, I think the aluminum part snaps off. I think that's the part that I need to remove. Hold on. Let's test that theory by ruining them. Test the theory by ruining my hardware. That does not appear to be the case. Or if it is, they're like glued in by now with schmutz. No, they're not. They're not like that. Darn it, how do I remove these? How do I get you off here? Oh yeah, they're little clips that hold this on. So yeah, that wasn't the solution. That's all right, that can be a little busted. That can be a little busted. Nobody cares. Nobody really cares that much. I think I need to remove the bottom of these feet to see what's going on. Because like I don't think I can unbolt it and get it out. Let's try unbolting it and just getting it out this way. That's why I have these here. My miniature socket set. I love this socket set. These are old Craftsman sockets. Back before Craftsman was bought and resold and rebought. They were like the latest and greatest of like 2007 or something like that. But yeah, you can bust them apart and like refurbish them. I broke this one apart and put actual like red grease in there. I love them. Because the thing wasn't ratcheting properly because the grease got hard. Everybody knows you want to get hard. So if I remove these, what's going to happen to me? Let's find out. And the other thing that I really want to look at is whether or not I can actually put like a piece of foam behind the load cell. I have from the Mercedes steering column, I actually have a little like hydraulic squish thing. I don't think I can really utilize that, but it would be kind of cool if I could. Well, actually, oh God, without the 3D printer, I'm fucking useless. Right now, the 3D printer is pretty much down for the count. If I desperately need a small part, I could possibly 3D print it, but my capabilities have now plummeted due to the death of the 3D printer. Death of the Prodigy Densa. Yeah, this might be able to slide out. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can just get that out of there without disturbing everything. Let's hold on to that. Unscrew, unbolt this thing. I don't know where all these parts went, too. Yeah, the 3D printer's dead. It's been having problems as I've tried to... What I've been trying to print is the gated shifter from Thingiverse. It's like a 7-speed gated shifter, and it just uses an Arduino with a bunch of limit switches, right? So I could make that into its own joystick, plug it in, and then configure it with the rest of everything else. That'd be really cool. Or I could make a LIN bus interpreter and actually have it hook up to the rest of the system here. So part of that print is the base of the shifter, and it's this huge plastic part. That's a huge waste of filament. So I decided to go with my clear purple filament. And I tried and I tried and I tried to get that to print properly, and it kept curling up on the bed. It's a problem that I've never had with anything else, curling up on the bed. You know, there've been little like weird growing pains with the 3D printer lately. It got cold out, so I think that's been causing some problems. And so I tried and I tried and I tried and I tried and I tried to get that thing, the fucking thing to print. Get that motherfucker to print. But it wouldn't. It just wouldn't. Kept messing up. I kept changing settings, and now I've got an EEPROM error because I enabled a feature that would probably help me print in the winter. I'm just so mad. It's been 5 days of just 3D printer hell to try to get this 24-hour print to go, and it hasn't. So at this point, I'm cutting my losses, and I'm just going to get a new control board for this thing. The 3D printer has an old MKS Gen on it, and I want to upgrade it from MKS Gen because there's better stuff out there. And then I might be able to implement a couple features that I wanted to have. God, this is disgusting. I wonder if I could mount these on their own rails so they're a little less bulky. Because these two inverted, and they've got 8 connection points. And I've got a lot of rail stuff. I didn't want to replace the whole panel, but hold on. Oh God, the dust. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Well, let's see what we can come up with within the bounds of the stuff that we. That was a drop. Within the stuff that we have available to us. Because look, these are like brilliant for mounting directly onto a flat plate. It's perfect, right? Perfect for mounting onto a flat plate. So if I could minimize, you know, the amount of bullshit plastic that I've got sitting around on the system, the happier I'll be. All right, I'm gonna be dealing with this a lot, so I gotta get where's the I can't reach the camera. Chad, I can't reach the camera. Come down here, maybe I can use this. Can I use this to grab the end of the can? No, it's further away. Oh, but I can grab the boom now. There we go. Welcome down here to the Underland. All right, let's get this thing out of the way. This data cable that I need to remake so that we can actually plug in, or sorry, get the data cable out of the way so that we can actually manipulate the entire pedal setup freely. Oh man, am I gonna get blood sugar cramps during this? My foot is trying to fold in on itself right now because of blood sugar stuff. All right, get this out of the way. All right, so now that cable can be put aside and we can start actually screwing around with this thing. So the system I had before was that I could adjust the height with the legs by moving them up and down on the rails. And then up here at the other end, there's a thing that goes around the piston of my chair and hooks into that. And my legs are cramping up, so I gotta actually stand up. Ow, that actually really hurt. Okay. Stand up, don't let the legs fold in on themselves. Fucking diabetes, man. Hello, Goober. No, my glucose levels are fine, it's just my muscles hate me because of diabetes. Well, shit happens. All right, anyway, oh my God, I don't have enough room for this. I need like my own table to work on this stuff. That's our gas pedal. Let's get the other two pedals out of here. Ow, this little box that I printed out. It's not bad, but could use a little work. I've always had troubles with corners on my printer. Maybe if I got a 32-bit driver, I'll maybe with a new printer driver, I won't have so many problems. Yeah, we're gonna reinvent this a little bit. So let's start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Unfortunately, we can't 3D print our way out of any of these problems. We need to machine our way out of it. We need to build stuff out of metal. Which is good, because, I mean, this stuff is like, you know, to be stomped on. You're gonna get stomped on, you might as well be made out of metal. All the bolts over here. Full disassembly, huh? Assembly is the reverse of disassembly. All praise Chilton. Let's start a cult. The Chilton Manual cult. Send $59.99 to the Chilton Manual cult. Assembly is the reverse of disassembly. Praise be. I don't know how many of you have actually experienced the wonderment of having to follow a Chilton manual to do a car repair when your car is inevitably not exactly the one that they assembled and disassembled for their manual. So they're running off of just like conjecture for some of the stuff. It's like, oh, they decided to change this to be 3 bolts instead of 2. And you're like, wait, then what's the torque spec? And you're like, oh, well, I guess it's probably the same torque spec. And then your bolt pops off because you put too much torque into it. Yeah, the good old Chilton manual. Yeah, I mean, this pad is great if you're trying to put pedals on the floor. It's got Velcro on it too, sticky Velcro, so that you can lock them down. Or you could put bolts through various pieces of this thing in order to make sure that it's not moving from your setup. But yeah, every single time it's the wrong car. But yeah, you can also do a bunch of other stuff with these, like adjust them back and forth. You can, yeah, they're okay for when you're sitting in a chair, but they don't really quite feel right. And so I'm gonna try to invert them, and that way the push of the pedal is much more natural, and I can rest the heels of my feet, because that was the weird part about doing the rally and stuff in my summer car with this pedal setup, is that my feet weren't sort of natural to the way that I drive. This doing what we're doing right now and then a gated shifter would probably be the best for this. But unfortunately, my 3D printers fucking bit the big weenie in the sky trying to build large plates. So I'm going to refurbish the printer. We'll do that next week, and I'll order the parts for it this week. This is a bunch of plastic that I don't really need, huh? All right, let's get this out of here. I said at the beginning of the stream that I wouldn't do that, and now I'm doing that. You guys get to deal with it. You guys get to deal with my own weirdness. Okay, so if I am to hoist these pedals in the air, where do we even start? Where do we even start? I mean, the method that I've seen the other pedals do is that they have one singular piece that goes across and hoists the pedals up. What'll I save? Oh, that pad? Well, for now. For now. Maybe eventually I'll want to do something with it. I would love to move these down a little bit, but we machined holes specifically for those bolts to go in that location. The best that I could do is getting the brake pedal to be a little bit taller. I mean, there is a little bit of foam in there, but I can't feel it when I press the brakes. It needs to be much softer foam right there. Or if I could put something that would squish down here and give me a little bit of squish, but the squish needs to be big because I'm not going to feel it otherwise. Yeah, this load cell is pretty well established in the location that it's in. I don't know how I'm going to be able to move that. I don't know if I'm going, there's no adjustment. There's no adjustment. We very carefully measured and drilled that from below so that it would fit flat on a thing. The only way that I could get around it would be to make the bottom screw-in locations slots. But like as it is, it's extremely strong. All right, we'll have to think about that one a little bit. And then, yeah, we got to look at this. So this is the way that this thing was designed, and it's meant for this to slide up and down to do the height adjustment. How are other pedals set up? I mean, these have like this big weird bar on the back. These are also meant to be adjusted from or used from they're meant to be used where the pedals are on the floor, sort of. People angle them up a little bit when they put them on their sim setup. So sim racing pedals. We'll just see what other, look at these things, man. Those are gonna be like 96 euros, huh? I mean, that's not terrible, but I'm not gonna go and buy anything like this. You could see there that one actually had a reservoir. They use actual like hydraulic reservoirs and stuff to get the feel right, which I think is awesome, but you know, not gonna do that. So anyway, we're just looking for inspiration here with Maker Beam kind of stuff. Not Maker Beam, sorry. 2020 rails. I may have to go get a sheet of metal out of the back. Let's do... We'll add 80-20 to it just to see what people are doing. Obviously, my setup is totally different. I just want to see what the pedals mount to. Those aren't inverted. These are like that. Yeah, so they're doing 2 brackets and then 2 posts. And they got their ankle, their heel pad sitting there. And we could basically do that. I'll want the gas pedal to be on the floor. But that's not all that difficult to set up. That one's a little different. That one's using, yeah, floor. See, this doesn't feel natural for some reason. That just doesn't do it. Mine is a big wooden board on the floor with bits sticking up to hold the back bars that hold the pedal. Yeah, I think this is probably as close as we're going to get to this, right? Cosmo Quest! Rating with the party at 17. How you guys doing? So here's the deal. What we're doing right now is we're working on my sim racing setup. I don't know if any of you guys watch Rob, but he just published a video where he got 2nd place in the junior rally. I got 1st. You guys were there. So Rob is angry at me, and I'm angry at me because my 3D printer shit the bed. So we're doing a project that's not really going to require a 3D printer today, or at least we're going to try our best to not have this project require a 3D printer. We're going to do our very best, and what the project is taking the pedal setup and inverting it, because in your car, the pedals go up, except for the gas pedal, which I'm going to keep on the floor. Although this isn't exactly, I would love to go source like an actual BMW digital gas pedal, but it'll have more travel than this, I think. But anyway, I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to put this on the floor, and then the clutch and the brake need to go up. They need to come from above so that their throw is natural. And so we're going to do that by looking at inspiration from other people and trying to make do with the parts that I have. And a lot of this stuff is actually getting into my Burn the Subs version 3 parts, which I'm not terribly happy with, but I've got a test bed for Burn the Subs 3 sitting in the wings. As long as I don't get into those parts, we're good. It's going to take us a while to do Burn the Subs 2. And yeah, next week we're going to work on my 3D printer because it sucks. My 3D printer sucks. I mean, yeah, I could just take raw metal and make anything I want, but I kind of want to fit it into these rails because that allows for adjustability. I'm able to loosen stuff up and like reconfigure it just a little bit. Because like this is actually a pretty good setup this person has come up with, except for that the posts are a little bit too insane. These posts will hold up a car. But if I do something like this with 2 posts and then the top of the pedals mounts to the posts, and I'll have to furnish a new, I could either do 1 rail across the top and then another one across the bottom or something, or I could get a plate. I would need a plate for them to go on. I don't necessarily want to put all 3 pedals on. I kind of want to save some weight, you know? But that would mean I'd need 2 rails going back, 1 across, and then 1 across the front in order to do all of them. Hey, I've got 2 rails here, but that doesn't account for posts, which means we'd have to break out the circular saw, and I'd have to do some cuts, which I guess we could do. It just means I need to clean up all the chips afterwards. Organ style accelerator. My car does. Yeah, I just want to buy this. That's $150. Oh, man. How cool would that be? I just buy this. One day I'll do that. One day I'll do that, and then everything will feel natural. It'll feel just like real pedals. It's only 150 bucks. No, I need the money. I need the money for look, I need the money for the 3D printer right now. I don't know how much the new control board is going to cost. It's probably going to be about this. Damn it. This would have been perfect, because then I could have just hoisted up the mount all the way above, and then I probably would need to make them feel natural, because that spring alone is not going to make it feel like a real pedal. This one, I don't see a spring on. That would be the brake pedal. That would have to go to the load cell. It'd be too much of a project at the moment, but it's, you know, hey, that's an idea. I just wanted to get a picture of it so that you guys could see the pedal configuration that I'm used to. Oh, that's hideous. But anyway, it's like this, but without the hideous covers over it. The gas pedal's on the floor, and then the brake and the clutch come from above, and then there's a big foot pad on the left. And I utilize that foot pad often. No, I'm not broadcasting any audio with static. Unless you guys hear static in my voice. See, like, that's not... That ain't coming from me. It's when I speak. All right. All right. Yeah, if more than one person is hearing it. How's that? I mean, I am talking louder, but hopefully that's not... I'm getting right up to the top of the yellow there. Okay. Man, I wish I had something to prevent that. Okay. Okay. I want this to be a quick project. That's the problem here, is I want this to be a quick project, and so we got to come up with a frame that's going to hold up pedals in the way that I'm used to. So I want to keep the gas on the floor. I don't know if I need to angle it, because like that's too, it needs to be like this. So that's going to need a little bit of an angle to hold it up, and we can figure that one out in a bit. That's for the gas pedal. That goes on the floor. These two, the brake and the clutch, they need to come at a natural angle for me sitting in a car, which is, again, the same angle as the gas pedal. So we're going to need something like this. That's going to be the angle here. And I think the clutch is the same angle. Yeah, that's these two sit at the same angle. Steam in the background. It's an ultrasonic mister that I'm using to keep static electricity from killing me. Because there's a lot of static electricity in here. It's very dry. So I've had to get an ultrasonic mister so that when I get out of my chair, I don't get a giant static shock. Hey, Seagull, how's it going? Trying to figure stuff out right now. Father's trying to figure stuff out. So I got a lot of these angle pieces for the 2020 rail. We've already adapted these over to the 8020 rail. I got two different types of rail here. 2020 and 8020. 8020 is close to the right thing. The 8020 rail offered me a nice square setup. One of the things is that in my desk chair, I have lifted the pedals up from the ground a little bit. So the back of this thing clamps into the piston of my chair, and the front of this thing has two elevated feet. If I want to use the elevated feet to hold up the pedals, I could move this up here. This doesn't really need to be supported back here, as long as it just keeps everything square, right? I think we'll do that. We'll move this forward, and then I can use like a little lifter bracket or something to hold up a plate or a rail, and then that will, I believe, support everything else. I don't want to do a permanent install. Nah. I know it would be interesting if I just had like a footstool that I put under there, and then I could reach the pedals. That would be for the actual BMW pedals, and I'm not going to buy them yet. I'll do that eventually. I made a potter's wheel out of my office chair. That's like hold on, wait. No. What did he call it again? He couldn't call it shit because Twitch hated it. Oh, he doesn't have it anymore. Oh. Bravo's added a emote that was the shit seat gaming award. There it is. Poo seat, he called it. There. That's your project? That's pretty neat. All right. All right. So everything here is hex, and they're all different sizes. Because like most of the projects around here, this thing was built out of trash. It was built out of trash. Just garbage that sits around my shop. We need to chat, listen to me. Chat, we need to do this project because I need to beat Rabaz at the rally race. The margin is very small. The times he got were too similar. And he was on keyboard and mouse, which is impossible. It's literally impossible. But if he finds his Logitech wheel, oh, that one was loose, great. If he finds his Logitech wheel, we're in trouble. He's going to be able to beat my time. So I need to get this done. Office chair does turn. Yeah, inside of an office chair piston, what you have, it's not, what you're looking at in an office chair is not the piston. The piston is different. We've got to file down the little tabs on these things in order to make them go crossways. So the thing about an office chair piston is it's just a cover over the piston. So your office chair has a cover over the thing. That's why when you see the those gifs of like the piston breaking through the office chair, they're fake as shit. Because actually the piston part of the piston, the metal rod that sticks out, goes down into the ground, and the piston is actually inverted in the office chair. And then when it goes down into the ground, and at the very bottom of it, it's got a little clip that holds the metal part of the piston in, that's holding it against a little flat bearing. So all your weight going down on the piston is hitting that little bearing, and that bearing is what allows you to spin. So if you have troubles with an office chair not allowing you to spin, you can get a piston rebuild kit, or you could just buy a whole new piston. So the part that sticks up is the actual like body of the piston, and then there's an actuator at the top. I had to go through all this with my office chair because I made it compatible with these desks, but it didn't really work out all that well. Anyway, that's Bother's little primer on office chairs. So like all of that weight is sitting on that little bearing at the bottom. So if it's not twisting the way it should, and I don't think this is the problem Seagull Rush is having, then you can buy a rebuild kit for it, and all you got to do is snap off the little clip at the very bottom of the chair, and then everything lifts out of the piston, and you can replace all those bearing parts and put it all back down in there. Pretty neat stuff. And then if you want to change the entire body of the piston, you've got to take the legs of the chair, put it up on blocks, get a dead blow hammer, and just rail on the thing until you think you're going to die, and it'll eventually come out. A little PB blast helps too. But like all the times that I've replaced, because God damn it, Chad, I've gained weight and I hate it. I've gained weight and I'm like a big fucking insufferable blob. But in doing so, my chair stopped rolling around because it has plastic legs, and the plastic legs would tilt back and forth. They were meant for skinny people, not my big dumb ass. So I replaced it with a metal one, and every time I mess around with it, I have to sit there and hammer away at the piston for like 25 minutes. Just full-blown dead blow hammer, just going absolutely psycho. Why was that loose? Going absolutely psycho on the fucking thing until it pops off. But yeah, all that office chair stuff is all replaceable. The only problem that I had was with the Knoll Life chair. It uses a little cable pull system instead of pushing down on the button. That was something that I was gonna 3D print. Yeah, that was a drop. I was gonna 3D print a Which righty-tighty, lefty-loosey? It's this way. No, it's not. Yeah, lefty-loosey. Holy shit. Maybe I'm going righty-tighty? Righty-tighty's that way. No. This is loose. But yeah, I was going to 3D print a little adapter that would turn the little cable pull into a thing that does this, but you don't get anything. You get nothing. You get nothing. That's not the kind of economy we run here in this shop. You get a swift pat on the back, and thank you for participating from streamer. No, that's something Demi did a command, and it's not per person. That's how many times I've dropped something. The drop counter started with the original Burn the Subs project. I was working on it on a fold-out table, and I was working with Maker Beam stuff, which is much smaller bolts, and I kept dropping stuff. I just kept dropping thing after thing after thing. And so we started, just for shits and giggles, we started a drop counter. 1,000 drops gets you a fart in the face to your favorite streamer. It's funny, when channel points first came out, people were like, hey, yeah, maybe you want to like build one of these fart things for like other streamers. And I'm like, that's not, you could just get a soundboard app. That'll just do it. You don't need to build a physical device to do it. I think it is funny that we built a physical device to do it, but like, you can have channel points redeemed for sound effects, and they'll play over my speakers, and they'll play for you guys on a specific audio channel. But I think it's funny because if I'm like closer or further away from that fart machine, you guys hear it more or less. All right, so I don't have a belt sander hooked up, and these are pretty big. I could probably file them off though. These little things, these little tabs just keep you from twisting these things too far on the rails, but they're not really that useful. I don't really think they're really necessary on this stuff, so we got to get rid of them. The physical fart boxes in preparation for IRL streams? No. Though it would be pretty funny, because you could just, like, if you could hook that up to a battery and then just throw it in a backpack. I don't know how much current that uses. I don't know how long it will last, but yeah, you could throw that in a backpack and then it would be really loud in public places. All right, one thing missing, which is my file, which is somewhere over here. The other thing that I was working on that I kind of need to do, and it's probably a one-stream project if I have all the parts, is to convert these two boards, the old Burn the Subs boards, into a backdrop for my computer desk. Because I think that's a good use of them, because then they're on camera when I do computer-y streams. But they're all this stuff is blocking my file. Where's my file? I can move these. I can move these. These are the old Burn the Subs rails, by the way, that Burn the Subs 3 rails. I don't think these are going to work out, so I'm going to use them to hold up the boards. Anyway, I can reorder them when I actually work on Burn the Subs. Move these over to the desk. Oh, they're not light. They're not light. They're not light. Okay. Those can stay there. What else do we got? What am I looking at? What is all this stuff? All of my radiators. I'm not going to water cool the steering wheel. Don't even ask. Some things are better fan cooled. We might water cool the actual motor driver for the Granite Devices controller, though. That might be a thing that we do. That was loud. That was very loud. That was the two rails that I was going to use as feet actually falling over. Where did my file? I usually put it right here. Usually. Today it's walked. Where have you gone? Show yourself. Cretin. Where did I put that thing? Where did it go? I want to find it. Shit. All right. So it's not there. Is it under this? No, it's not. Ugh. That thing's heavy. Bunch of motors in there. That's why. My partner badges. What is this? Huh, random hardware. File? Wait, is that it all the way over there? I think it is. Yeah, that is. There it is. That's where it's been hiding. Must have enthusiastically put it away. Wait, this is the old one. This is all rusty and shit. It might still be sharp enough. I think I need to buy a new one of these. Over there? No, I think that is the one. Those are already on the floor, so you posted your thing in your clay working thing in personal projects. I'll take a look at that after stream. Yeah, sounds interesting. All right, so I want to file off the little tabs on the bottom of these things. So I just got to suffer a little bit of filing action. Luckily, this stuff is weak, and I've already taken away a majority of what I need to remove. Anyway, how you guys doing? That's Seagull Rush posting his clay working project. Even if you guys don't see me commenting on your projects, like I enjoy seeing all the stuff out there, because I don't like to expose myself to a lot of different creators out there, because I'll take on the personalities and the stuff that they do. Like, it's even happening with me watching non-engineering stuff, like when I watch like Tomato and stuff like that. I'll start to like take on some of the mannerisms and stuff, and I don't really want that to happen, to be honest. I need to have my own personality, you know? Which I do. I guess I do, but still. I hope that's aluminum, because I really would be sad if that rusted. How do you know if something's aluminum without using acid? I don't know, but I got to do this with all these now. No harm in referencing as long as you don't turn into a total clone. Yeah, it's just like, you know, like, have you guys seen the AVE subreddit? Like, it's like a bunch of people like trying to use his isms, all of his different phrasing, his phraseology, if you will. They're like trying to emulate it, and it's kind of gross. I avoid Reddit. That's a good habit. That's a very good habit. I'm unfortunately the type that closes the Reddit tab and then opens one up immediately. But I like getting into the weird parts of Reddit, the really cursed stuff. Personality is an illusion. We're all just iterations. Yeah. Temba when the walls fell. Temba, his eyes darkened. Something. Hey, Baldisos, how you doing? We're filing away tabs on some right angle brackets because we're working on the sim racing setup so that I can actually do good in race. Go fast. Make car go fast. Beat Rabaz before he's able to get the big trophy. I want to continue to irritate Rabaz by doing very well in the rally. Although he's doing it in mortal mode. I'm sure he's save scumming just like I am, but I don't get an achievement if I'm in immortal mode. And I really don't want to cheese the save game in order to get that achievement. I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to cheese the save game. I don't know. Maybe I will. No, that's not earned. I can't fathom somebody going through the whole game in mortal mode. I mean, I could probably pull it off, but it would be the most stressful thing in the world, right? I was working on my 488 GT3 replica steering wheel until now. I was lurking. I stopped because I bought some wrong stuff and I have to wait till tomorrow. Oh, man. Yeah, I hope I don't have to buy anything new for this. I think we have enough parts in the shop to support what I'm doing right now. I don't know if you've seen the wheel, Mr. GT3. Oh, man, I'm jealous of GT3, though. That's the fart machine. It's a comedy fart machine that we hooked up to, what is it? One of those wireless Arduino thingies. And we have a Harman Kardon speaker hooked up to the cheap dollar store fart thing, and it just sets off a random fart. I have a Mercedes S-Class wheel, and we reverse engineered the ESP8260. It's just left in my brain. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we have LIN bus hooked up to the Mercedes S-Class steering wheel through our own custom slip ring. That takes the 3 signals from the wheel and allows me to spin that 180 degrees, because there's no end stops on that when it's off. I need it to just spin infinitely, because that's just whatever. We put our own CUI incorporated encoder on a Mitsubishi Mel servo, thus converting it into something we can actually use. I sourced the actual plugs. There was a plug refurbishing kit for the Mitsubishi Mel servos that I was able to find, and we hooked that up along with a BMW E46 sequential shifter. We hooked all that up to the Granite Devices. Oh, it's not sitting here. Never mind. We hooked it up to a Granite Devices SimuCube and got all the digital stuff outputting all of the button throws and the analog voltage levels to communicate the pedals, the shifter, and the buttons on the wheel, including the paddle shifters, all the way to the actual Granite Devices stuff. How fucking dare you curse in my channel, you cunt? And I actually don't use that word very much, but I know I have an Australian cousin, so I'm allowed to use it. You can curse. You can curse here. It's okay. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay. Just don't get weird. But yeah, those are actual car parts that we're using MakerBeam to hook together. Now, I was just looking at $140 for an E330i pedal cluster is, that's super tempting. These are 50, 60, I think $50 is what I spent on them. $50 Fanatic, well mothballed and obsoleted pedals. And we're using scraps of MakerBeam and 8020 rails in order to put them on this frame here. This frame here was the keyboard tray for my computer, but it is now the frame that holds up the pedals. So we're going to put the SimuCube on this when I locate a plate that I like, as well as inverting the brake and the clutch and having the gas pedal on the floor. That way they'll feel more natural. And while we're at it, we might as well put the controller on the pedals, because that puts it out of the way. It's a lot of sim stuff projects, but it's stuff that I've wanted to do. And my 3D printer recently shit the bed hard, like train spotting hard. So I need to order a new control board. Hold on, this is like obnoxious. Let me just... Why is that so loud? Let me just get over this and then I'll... but yeah, what I want to do is get a new control board for the 3D printer to solve some of the little tiny issues that have been irking me for ages, which include the Z bar being like cocked to the side. My bed leveling appears to do nothing. There's just all these little complaints that I have. I should probably print out a new hot end for it too while I'm at it, just in case something happens to that one. Maybe I'll do the control board and then print out a new hot end just to test it. Maybe that's what I should do. I don't know. The BL touch sensor is like barely held on to that thing. What I might do is put a one of those screw bushings in the 3D print, because it's stripped right now. The screw that goes in and holds up the BL touch is like stripped, but if I over tighten it, it might break the fragile print that's there previously. I don't know. I've had so many struggles with it. What I've been trying to print out is from Thingiverse, somebody built a gated shifter, and then somebody remixed that gated shifter and made a 7-speed gated shifter. That can also be converted into sequential, but like, why would I do that when I have the real car part sitting over there? Look at all the metal that we created. Everybody get your straws. We're going to take lines of this stuff. Whatever it is. Where's my credit card? But yeah, the SimuCube is a wonderful little device there, because what it allows you to do... Hey, Uncle Phil, how you doing? What it allows you to do is use Any servo. Granite Devices made their stake in the market by having a universal servo motor controller. It's awesome. Their stuff is great. Their software is good. I have nothing but praise for them. They will not sponsor me in any way, shape, or form. I think they hate me. No, they just don't know I exist. But their stuff is amazing. I'm really impressed by their ability to have like a universal motor device. And you know, you got to come up with some of the parameters yourself. You got to dig through data sheets and stuff, but you can use just about any motor. I would not suggest getting the motor the size that I got. You should get something that's like this big. Right, the one I got is huge. eBay didn't have the right thing, and that leads into the thing that I wanted to mention, is that the reason the Granite Devices controller is so good is because you can use any servo motor. And when you can use any servo motor, that means you can hop on eBay and you can look for basically end-of-life industrial parts. These industrial parts have led kind of a difficult life, right? The ones I got were from an industrial turntable. So something that's designed to precisely move a big turntable back and forth, you know, to like wrap like cellophane around shipping container, around pallets of products, right? So they go, oh, well, what's it going to cost if the motor breaks? Well, that's going to stop production and everything will be fucked. So why don't we schedule a maintenance? You get all the old motors out of there, put new ones in, and we'll spend a little bit of money to save us money in the long run. And so all these end-of-life parts end up on a shelf. And eventually somebody goes to the shelf, hey, what's the deal with these parts? I don't know. And so they sell them on eBay. You can get a Mitsubishi Mel servo for $120. So is the force feedback rotating you around? It's 2 horsepower, and I can use, if I put it up to 100%, about 75% of the power that motor can put out. If I get the different control board, I can go all the way to the top. I use that at 75%. So we're at 75% of 75%. I don't know what that comes out to. I'm not good at probabilities, but yeah. It's a hell of a wheel. It'll chuck you. It'll chuck you around, which is great. I love that. In order to do the My Summer Car Rally, I had to turn the wheel down. I had to turn it down significantly, just because otherwise it just throws you. All right, so we're gonna mount these crossways like this, assuming that I don't drop all the hardware in here. The stuff that I need to adjust should probably not get those little twisty fasteners, but I don't know how much I can really control that. You know, if it's gotta do it, it's gotta do it. Cool. See, that works immediately. All right, so we do that on both these sides with the washer in there. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to do something like this where you want to use all the same hardware for everything, and everything isn't really necessarily compatible. Somebody figured that a lot of force would go into one thing, not a lot of force would go into another. So you need to have a different bolt size for one thing versus the other. And it's just all this mix mash of just stuff. And then, so you need to use 60 different freaking wrenches to adjust where your pedals are. I don't like that, but it's what I got to live with. I would like to hoist these pedals up to be a little bit more flat, but I don't think I have the opportunity. So yeah, these bars will be the vertical bars that we put into this thing. Not this. That's just for the angle. We're going for something like this setup. And look at, they even have a pad to rest your foot. That is luxurious. I wonder if we can furbish something like this. Furnish. I wonder if Furby. Furby. I wonder if we can furnish something like that for ours. Yeah, the clutch. What I was doing during that rally is putting my clutch foot on the ground. So I want to hoist my feet up and have them stay up. But I think the opportunity, yeah, just like this, just have a vertical rest. It can have bolts sticking into my foot. I don't really care. And the thing about these pedals is that like barefoot is apparently the way to use them. All right, I just heard a loud clicking noise. The 3D printer is off. It's not printing anything right now. Clicking noises have been clicking noises, chat. Clicking noises. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Did Jimmy Carr laugh? Ha ha ha. Clicking noises have been in my nightmares as of late because every single time I try this print, which was a 24-hour print, an entire day of printing, if I start the print at 3 p.m., it's going to be done at 3 p.m. plus a couple hours. Terrible. So I'm sitting here trying to kind of whittle away my life between 3D printers doing weird stuff, and then the print would lift and I'd start hearing clicking noises. Clicking noises. I can't stand it. So I'm hearing like clicking noises in the background here because I got the window open a little bit because all these lights generate a lot of heat. And I'm hearing clicking noises, and it's probably just parts of the shop like settling, but holy fucking hell. I got PTSD of clicking noises. Oh no, I think Demi's handed over the keyboard to his daughter. We got emotes coming in. Man, my chat is slow today. Everybody's asleep. Am I on like podcast mode with everyone? That's usually how people watch my content. I don't mind it. I enjoy it immensely, actually. My wrench. My video mixer creaks a bit after it's turned on. 90s plastic settling. Yeah, because it's got to like, it like heats up. I don't know. I love that Rodecaster. I think that was a great buy. It could be sunk cost fallacy, but now she's happy again. That's funny. No, I don't. I love it, man. That's great. I'm glad she has an outlet. Time to continue with the bread. Happy hot dogs, my friend. Happy hot dogs. There's your 3D print problem. You open the window. I know. I actually, okay, chat. I hate to admit it. I spent $80. I spent $80 on a tent for my 3D printer. I really shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have taken all of my leftover of this stuff and just built a cage around that printer. I should have done that. But I bought something because I thought at the time that my 3D printer wasn't completely lunched. I didn't think my 3D printer was set out to be a hot lunch at that point. Podcast all breaking. Yeah. Well, I try to fill the airwaves, you know? A lot of streamers don't really get that. You gotta, your internal monologue is no longer internal when you're streaming. I tried to watch, so there's a game called, God, I'm on 3 tangents right now. I'm sorry. I'll finish the one I was on in a minute. There's a game called Freedom Finger that I really wanted to play on Saturday, and I was gonna risk it. I was thinking of risking all the biscuit to play that game, because there's an Aesop Rock track in there that's really good, and I figure if it's in-game music, it's not gonna get copy struck. It turns out it's streamer poison, but I looked up streamer, I tried to find somebody streaming it. There's one stream that I found on Twitch, and I clicked on it, and this person, their voice was super quiet. Actually, no, their voice is super quiet, but their volume was all the way up. There was no compressor. That's the thing. If I whisper to you guys, if I talk very softly, I'm about the same volume as when I'm yelling. Barely. I mean, I'm a little louder when I'm yelling, so you can tell the difference, but it's compressed down into a very low volume level, so I can whisper and I can shout, and it's just about the same for you guys. That's why this works as kind of a podcast. They didn't have the compressor. That's forgivable, although you can get free tools in order to give yourself a compressor. And then the game was super quiet, and they still got a copyright strike. I'm gonna cough, hold on. Okay, there. But yeah, they still had muted stuff, so I can't use that. I can't play Freedom Finger. It seemed like it would be a really cool game. But yeah, what I was talking about with, what was I talking about before? I forgot. Anyway, yeah. All right. These guys. So these guys are coming in from the side now, and I'll be able to have that thing where my foot rests. The only problem is adjusting it with these little pieces in there is kind of ridiculously annoying. Oh yeah, 3D printer 10. So yeah, at the time I thought that my 3D printer, thank you Project 454, I appreciate that. My internal monologue is not safe for anyone. I've had my friends tell me that, and I'm like, you're just a little edgelord. Like, you know in your brain what you can say and what you can't. Just be a better person. Anyway. Fucking psycho. Anyway, yeah, so my 3D printer, have you checked out SimuCube Sport and Pro versions? They have big differences in slew rate. Oh God, we got a sim racer expert, man. We get all the sim racists when we start streaming the sim projects. I mean, sim racers. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Have you checked out SimuCube Sport and Pro versions? No. Do they really have big differences like slew rate? I have no idea. We bought the SimuCube because I'm a crazy projects person, and I used a random industrial servo, which happened to be a Mitsubishi Mel servo that I bought off of eBay, and a Mercedes S-Class wheel that we had to reverse engineer the protocol to. And a Scandinavian, I forget who does it, it's a Scandinavian sim racing company. They have a lot of really cool stuff on their site, but that's what the servo mount is. And then random piece of aluminum to mount it on, and then the old rails from my dual joystick project, and a BMW E46 sequential shifter that we reverse engineered. Oh my God, it is the worst circuit design I've ever seen in my entire life inside of that thing. It works, but man, it's the worst. So anyway, I've been trying to print out a gated shifter for this thing, and my 3D printer just shit the bed, and I'm really sad about that. What happened was prints started curling. Prints started curling, but it just got really cold and dry in Pennsylvania. Later, Seagull Rush, thank you for hanging out, man. I really appreciate you being around. It's gotten cold in Philadelphia lately. It's always cold in Philadelphia. No, it got very cold and very dry out. And I am a cold and dry kind of person. I enjoy that kind of stuff. So I open the window a little bit. And I think the differentials in heat and the drafts and stuff like that have really started to affect the printer. So at the time, which was last night, I thought that I could just buy a tent and very quickly get that up and get myself printing again. I didn't think that we would be messing with MakerBeam and stuff today, right? So buying a tent meant that the breeziness of the shop would not affect it. And so I tried to get the bed to PID adjust itself because I started to get thermal overrun errors. So I messed with the settings in Marlin a little bit this morning, uploaded the file, EEPROM error. You enabled a feature that wasn't enabled before. Guess what? Your EEPROM size doesn't work out. So you're fucked, which is really annoying. So what I need to do, I demand a refund. 50 months, and you got the first badge. Hey, Twisted Sisters, a buddy of mine from Virginia. I've doxed them. They know what state you're in now. Dun, dun, dun. How's it going, man? I'm complaining about my 3D printer woes. I'm actually looking for a new control board for that printer. I'm going to upgrade it because it's 8-bit. How? Ooh, that's fucking illegal. I'm sending the cops. Bothers in PA. How dare you tell them? General motor question about slew rate and max torque. Does it work better at low speeds than at 90 to 100%? I do not know the answer to that question. I would have to mess with the controls of my actual controller to do that. I don't already have a replacement board. If you have one in mind, let me know, please. Do you have a removable PEI sheet? I had a texture proof of PEI. No, I don't. Yeah, no, I was thinking about PEI, but I'm on glass with a stuff on it. You have a Big Tree Tech board and a display sitting in a box. I got to use the display I have because it's that custom enclosure. But if you want to send that my way, I'd be super thankful for it. I want to get into redoing the control board next week. What is it? Is it like a really good one, or because I wanted to get something a little bit more topical and modern? If it's old, yeah, sorry, cheater, and I don't know that much about other sim systems or the settings, to be honest. We did all of those rates and stuff just based on default modes, and then I've used that. I had to undo the force feedback for the My Summer Car Rally because the force feedback was getting in the way. It's fun, but it was getting in the way of my ability to actually control the car because I'm able to turn this thing up to be like a super duper torquey thing. Yeah, let me take a look at this board. Oh, damn, that's like a crazy fucking thing, isn't it? That display is not going to work on the 3D printer setup. I can see that right now. Look at this thing. What drivers? Oh, it doesn't have replaceable drivers. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. It doesn't have replaceable drivers. I have to have TMC drivers on it. It probably does. Hold on, let me just look at what drivers it has. I mean, I've never blown up a TMC driver, but 32-bit. Oh, TMC 2208. Well, okay, maybe I can use it. It does indeed have TMC 220 somethings. 32-bit. Oops. Oh, clicked on the wrong thing. So is it like the latest and greatest? Seems to be. Yeah, I know there's like a different big tree tech that's like a Raspberry Pi one. Doesn't have replaceable drivers. It's about a year old. That's not bad though. Look at that fucking thing. Holy shit. Damn. This one is currently unavailable. Good link. 80 pounds. Well, the other one was $90, so. Octopus version 1.8. What even is that? No, I would rather use, be able to use MKS on it. I fucking love this channel. Thank you. There's some general knowledge like motor overheating 9100. Oh yeah, I don't think oops. Oh, my microscope doesn't work. I don't think this motor is going to be overheating. I don't know what the settings are like on that. This is a direct drive, so E3D Duet 3 Mini 5. Well, here's the thing. I've never blown up a TMC chip on that setup because I've had it set up properly. The Raspberry Pi is $53. The problem is the Raspberry Pi, yeah. Oh, no drivers. Well, that means I could use the big ones, right? The 28 something or others. But then I'd have to hook it up so that I could digitally program those. It's got fuses on it. $52. Man, I gotta make some decisions here. I mean, like, what do I want to do? Like, do I accept the generosity of Twisted Sister and use the year-old board that's 32 bits and has good drivers on it that I know how to use and has them fully hooked up so that I can just program them? Or do I get the replaceable drivers? I've never blown up a driver on that board. I've blown up drivers for Burn the Subs before, and I've blown up capacitors with those drivers on Burn the Subs before, my only viral clip. Yeah, I think I do want that. I think I do want that. I think I do want that driver. Yeah, SKR Mini. I think that's what Fatanon was suggesting as well. It's a 32-bit board and it's good. I'll put bigger heat sinks on it, and then hopefully I can run dual Z's with their own limit switches as well. Because I want to get the 3D printer, you know, re-upped very quickly. I want to get it back up quickly. The only problem is that I have to use it with my LCD because that big LCD is not going to fit. So, but yeah, I've already got an Octoprint Raspberry Pi sitting on the thing, so I don't really need any of those drivers. All right, let's do this. Let's get this thing together. I feel like I had other right angle brackets that I probably could have used. Although these have a little bolster on it, so they're going to be stronger. I don't know what kind of forces I'm going to be putting into this thing, but yeah, it can use a touchscreen, but the touchscreen's not going to fit in my... I can't really zoom in on this camera. Don't mind the smoke. It's not smoke. It's an ultrasonic. Oh shit! Hold on. I just manhandled my camera into non-existence. Put that back right there. That's just a humidifier that I'm running because this fucking shop is so goddamn dry. I'll get static electricity and end up breaking all of my stuff with static electricity. You can't really see it from here, but that all the way over there, right there, that is the control board for the 3D printer, or the control box, and it's very narrow. It's one of these Alibaba audiophile stereo enclosures like this thing is, that you can mill and modify. That's what my 3D printer controller is in. So that touchscreen is not going to fit. 2209 max current rating. No problems with this since getting them 2 years ago. The thing is, like, the what do you call it? the driver board that Twisted Sister has 2208s. Yeah, I have to squat to use the screen. It sucks. But that was what I designed. That's what I made. That's what I built. I could probably use something with a... Oh, does it? That board has the 2209? Oh, well, then that is a complete and utter slam dunk in that case. Yeah, let me open up that page again and just look at it again. The page that it was linked said 22.0. It is a 2209. Okay. This says verse 2208 on the link that Twisted provided me. It's an awful title. Oh, TMC 2209 UART verse 20. Okay, all right. So it actually has the right. Well, I guess I'll have to write down all of my settings and stuff so that I can transfer them over. Because then I can use the latest Marlin, right? I can use the latest Marlin. I can get... I have to figure out what that other limit switch is going to be for 2 limit switches on Z. That's going to be tough to do. I don't know if I have enough pins. I don't think I have enough pins on the cable to... Well, when we break it apart, we'll figure out all these problems. I mean, if I can get the actual bed leveling to work properly on that, I'll be super happy. Because I think the experimental 1.1.x software that I was using doesn't exactly do bed leveling. I think that's the problem that I had. I don't think it was actually leveling the bed. Because I didn't see any difference. Yes, send it to me pronto. I'm super happy for that. I actually have something to send back to you, but we'll talk about that. I got a hot sauce that I made. I've been meaning to send out. That's the exchange. That's true. I sent you the old O drive. Where's your robot dog already? Don't you need 2 O drives for that? Yeah, I was very disappointed in the O drive. It is how you build the robot dog, though. Oh, we got these things, too. These little feets. Little feeties. Okay, that's enough of that. Well, maybe I can use these little... I can use these over here to hold up the one end of the pedals. I think that's what we'll do. So, I got a couple of those things that I can use. That's good. These aren't exactly compatible, are they? We'll figure that one out in a minute. That's the only one of those that I got. I have these in black. I guess I'll use these. I'll be fine. Beggars can't be choosers in this case, you know? So I actually revisited, I forget when I did it, but it was sometime after I sent you the O drive controller, but we revisited the stepper motors, not the steppers, sorry, the 3-phase motors that I have waiting in the wings for Burn the Subs 3, and with the correct settings on there, with the correct gain settings, it's actually able to completely control the position perfectly. So those 3-phase motors that I'm going to use, the hobbyist ones, will work perfectly. I'm just getting fasteners out of here so I know what I got. I know what I got! OBO! These will be useful too. Some of these are like 2020 rail stuff. 2020 rail stuff is so much cheaper. What are you going to drive them with? So they are, they're the ones that were suggested from the O drive, because I wanted to get everything exactly like O drive said and use those. And they didn't work out with the O drive, but I hooked them up with the Granite Devices controller and they worked perfectly. No, I don't want them back. No. We hooked them up to a Granite Devices motor controller and got them to work perfectly. So they're great. It's able to have enough authority over the motor to move it permanently into a position and hold it there. So, you know, when we get into more of Burn the Subs 3, after we're finished all the revisions that I'm doing to 2, it'll be perfect. The encoders are CUI incorporated encoders. CUI incorporated. It's basically everything ODrive suggests you get. The CUI incorporated control, same thing I have on the steering wheel, only we have the better one on the steering wheel. And then, yeah, it all just hooks straight up to Granite Devices stuff, and it works perfectly. Beautiful. It's a beautiful little system. All right. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I am looking at whether or not I've got the hardware, because these are adjustable. I'm trying to not use the little twisty fasteners. I'd like to have fasteners that fit into the rail permanently, but I don't think these are compatible. They are not. Damn it! So I gotta use the original ones. At least like this, will be a little easier to adjust. Although, yeah, we'll keep going like this. Okay, where have you put? What did you do? What? Why would you move that? These guys, where are the little twisty ones that I had sitting here? There's like 4 of them. 4 of them. 4 of them. 4 of them! Where did they go? Where would they go? Why would they go? Isn't that immoral? Isn't that illegal? Where did they go? What did I do with, what did I do with the 4 little fasteners that I had sitting there? How does one move 4 objects and have them all disappear simultaneously? They're there. That's by putting a pedal over top of them. That's the secret. Yeah, I mean, I would love to do like the advanced super duper motor control on them, but those aren't. I mean, I could have bought motors that had the Hall effect sensors in them. I would have loved to do that. That would have been perfect, because that's like super advanced motor control, and it's stuff that I only got to at the very end of my control systems training. But they'll do just fine with just an encoder on them. You know, they've got at least one phase that I can sense. Yeah, no desk space indeed. Well, it's not like I could work on this on the desk. The only problem with these little cleats is that they don't, you know, you don't know if you're getting a good grip on them or if you've just tightened it down to the fastener. That's my problem with these little things. And on an adjustable thing, you have to take them out like an 1/8 of a turn. If you take it too far, it's just going to align itself with the rail. They're convenient. They allow you to adjust stuff. Like, I just tightened that down. Is it going to actually... Nope, it's not making a grip at all. So I need to loosen this thing almost to the point where it disengages, and then tighten it again quickly so that the little cleat makes that right angle turn, and there, now it's fastened in. God damn, they're annoying. All right, so that's one leg. I kind of want these to align a little bit better. So I need to take that one. That one is a permanent fastener, so I can adjust that one easily. This one is a little less susceptible to adjustment. So I'll do that and then tighten it down. Just got to be real careful about the amount of twists that you put into this thing. So we are putting this, well, it depends on the angle, but we're putting this several inches forward of where the pedals are going to be, basically. Because this is the front bar, and this is what is going to allow me to rest my foot and have the pedals at a nice jaunty angle. See, there I go again with the AVE-isms. So we'll lower this down to here. That'll probably be pretty adequate. Although if we're hanging pedals, well, it's going to have to be taller than this if we're hanging pedals off of this. I don't think I can exchange the rails because I don't have 2 that are longer. These happen to be the same length, and they're pretty good. You're back. Waiting for dough to rise. I could lower the pedals down a little bit from where they are. They can be much closer to the floor, and that'll give me the height that I want. Yeah, I know. AV probably got it from somewhere else. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's where I get a lot of my weird knowledge, is coworkers that knew better than I. Yeah, the brake pedal is a load cell, but because of the system that we were using, Everything's a little weird in this system. Because of the system that we were using in order to get data from the load cell, we hooked it up to something that spoke the digital language of the steering wheel, something I had to code. So everything is communicating on a digital bus for the sole reason that it's cool. It's just cool. So we hooked it all up to LIN bus, L-I-N bus. That's going to scratch it if I do this. Hold on. All right, just got to loosen that a little bit. All right, so where's that going to sit? It's a good reason. Yeah, right. Am I right or 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 am I right? That's way too low. They need to be... How far up do they need to be? Man, that is a distance. I need to go measure my pedals in my car. Or measure my foot. I'm going to measure my foot. I'm going to measure my foot. Chat. I'm going to measure my foot. I'm going to measure this fucking foot right here. Let's just fucking measure my fucking foot. I gotta measure my foot. I gotta measure my foot. I'll be right back. I gotta measure. I'm gonna measure my foot. The load cell can take like my entire weight times 2. I'm just doing it easy. $34 centimeters. Heel to pedal. 24. 20. I mean, that's like my whole foot. We're gonna say 20 millimeters, rather. Not 20 centimeters. It's a giant foot. 20 millimeter from heel to foot. 20 millimeter. Let's deal with that. This is a 50 kilogram load cell. It's a little overkill. It's a little overkill. 20. So I need a height of 20 plus whatever the height of this thing is going to be when it's angled. When it's angulated. Thanks, you made me measure my foot. This is the weird shit that occurs on this channel. Oh my god, that's like in space. That's like a 5,000 feet from the base. Jesus. Yeah, 16 to the center. I gotta go into my car and measure it because I want it to be like my car. Your foot is the same length as your forearm? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't need any of that mumbo jumbo, the heebie-jeebie, bibbity-bobbity bullshit in my fucking channel, right? Fuck! Alright, so our idea of having these posts sit up and support this would have to be on the ground. It needs to get over the legs of the chair at least. But it's going to need to be something like... Even if I put these super low. Oh shit, it is. How did you even get... Okay, Demi is more flexible than I think we give him credit for. If I make it like 10, then this thing has to be at least 30 tall. Jeez. Alright. This thing has to be at least 30 tall, unless we can fudge it a little bit. Huh. I didn't need to know that. Why, Daz, why do I now know that? Why do I need this information in my life? Fuck. How's it going, by the way? This is true. Stop measuring your forearms and legs, Chad. What are you doing? Don't play their games. They're playing games with you, chat. I mean, I guess so the pedal height has to be there, but I guess I could have the fastener be a little higher than this, It doesn't necessarily need to be like a front bar design, right? I love to know stuff like that. That's what keeps me going. Yeah, well. Yeah, well. You guys are weird. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to build this. I'm trying to get the dimensions right because my version of it actually clips onto the office chair so that I don't end up hitting the brakes and flying backwards. And so we need this big plate, this big maker beam, not maker beam, this big 80-20 beam thing to hold this to the office chair so that I don't end up breaking myself into oblivion and tilting the chair back and dying. So it's lifted up from that position, and I figure the bars that can lift it could be like those two posts in this design. And then I could maybe do like a cross beam that I would then put angle bars on and mount the fronts of the pedals. If I could stretch that out a little bit, it might be a good idea. Because I need these to be at a bit of like a bit flat, because you're pressing on them like this. You don't want your foot to have to like totally do this. Basically, you want your foot to be able to do that, right? You need to just be a little bit off of, you know, a little bit forward, right? Your chest is 2 heads wide. You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me. All right, so I got to mount all this stuff together, and we're using the limited amount of hardware that I have because my 3D printer fucking shit the bed. Twisted Sister is super duper ultra fucking generous and is going to send me, maybe send me, I don't know, if he can do that, if he feels like it, he's offered. He's going to send me another driver for the 3D printer that's going to take me into the 21st century with this fucking thing. I don't know if I will be able to use the touch screen. It would be nice, you know, messing with that little dial while crouching in front of the 3D printer has been a hell of a, it's a toll on your body, but whatever. There's a booba joke in there? Yeah, it probably is. Lumen profile on picture is more fitted to load cell pedal. Yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. No, this is done perfectly fine. Listen, the amount of force that I'm putting into the brake pedal is not as much as my actual car brakes, and we don't have to deal with the inertia of my body being thrown forward in the car. So 50 kilograms is insane. We're not putting nearly that much pressure into it. I don't know what we measured, but that is a very stable brake pedal. It's a stable genius brake pedal. I have 16 ounces of Red Bull in my system now. My heart's gonna explode. All right, yeah, I think we can make this work. So I need to hoist the other one on its own petard, and then I need to move it forward just a little bit. But the height of it, I mean, the pedals might be a little close to the floor with this until I can cut new beams. This is much lower than it normally is, but we'll just have to deal with it. I gotta make it work. Gotta make it work. These will go forward a little bit, because this is, I mean, this project is just built out of trash, you know? We're just building it out of whatever we can. Nothing here is new. All of it's been used to within an inch of its life. I don't know how far forward I need to put this. I guess we'll just start there, and we'll just go from there. Where's my... There it is. Yeah, we'll just start there, and we'll just see where that leads us. As is traditional, just kind of feeling my way through the project right now. Because if that leads down to here, there's a little bit of height on both of them. Actually needs to be a bit lower of an angle. Yeah, so this would need to be taller. I mean, if we can get the mount to be a little taller than the post, then I think we'll be good. That'll leave me like 10 millimeter or so, well, maybe a little bit more. The pedal's of course going to be over here, but I'm just doing this for measurement's sake. I gotta make sure I put the clutch on the right side. Gas pedal will be down here. But yeah, if this can be up here on some kind of like, maybe a rail that goes front to back. That'd be a little crazy. Let me just see. Well, actually, it's kind of doable. It's actually kind of doable, but then I need a cross beam to hold it up. I'd rather have, like, 2 beams. You get a little crotch cam on this channel. Gotta learn to deal with it, chat. Maybe, yeah. I could put the original base as the base for these. It's just a lot of plastic that I didn't want to have hanging around. We'll investigate that in a minute. Let me put this together, and then I'll get the other base over here, and we'll see what that looks like. I want to get these mounted, and then I'll do the 80-20 beams on the back. The 2, so that I have posts on the back. Let me do this first. Where are you guys? You guys can come over here. Look at my pasty white skin, because the camera's like going crazy. We'll just see what we can come up with here, because I'm playing it by ear. Everybody likes things to be perfect, but nothing is going to be perfect on this project. It's not allowed to be honest. But I do want it to be lighter than that Fanatic pedal cluster, because that thing is heavy. It's heavy as hell. It's very strong, but it's also just kind of needlessly heavy. A little too heavy. I'll do this a little bit. Get a little closer. A little bit more. Go. The thing about like using these profiles is that you have to loosen everything and then tighten everything down. And things always seem to be a little bit too loose in some areas when I do that. You just got to get comfortable with your hex keys, I guess. See, that didn't even... Oh, no, it did. That attached. Good. I was like, this fucking thing. All right, this one here. Once we start putting new hardware in this, I'm going to need to go get my washers kit so that I have enough washers in order to properly fasten everything together. This needs to be loose here. Jeez, this is always just a pain in the ass. It's all right, though. It means that we can configure and reconfigure to our heart's desire. Yeah. I don't know if I should, like, measure this or something. I'm going to rest that there so it's a little closer. Yeah, you guys get crotch cam. Welcome to Bother's Lap. Ah. Fuck. Okay, hold on. We're still going. Still going. Everything's fine. I'm gonna measure down to this and just put the other one at the same location, haphazardly. None of this needs to be exact. It should be close, but not exact. Is that right? Yeah. All right. So there's that. Stay there. Nope. Now I got it. It's all wrong now. That's fine. Tighten this down. That'll at least hold it there. This one will make it strong. We filed off the little nubs on these things so they don't they can twist. Yeah. Ponies are they're not cheap. Good lord. Also, aren't they assholes? Aren't ponies like kind of jerks? Actual horses are a lot more polite. Ah, damn it. All right, hold on. You know, well, I can ride a bike with no handlebars. No handlebars. No handlebars. And I can got a missile with a satellite. Boy, those are like totally different. That's kind of a jump in the lyrics, isn't it? All right, there. That does not look even to me. Maybe that's why nothing is ever even around here. Somebody walking a mini horse like a dog. Horses aren't polite if you wander into their field in the dark. They can be scary as shit, but the mushrooms likely contributed to that. Okay. Yeah. They'll do that to you. One time, nah, I won't tell this kind of story. Yes, I will. Totally doing shrooms in a very legal place. Totally legally and not illegally at all. I looked in the backyard of the place that I was at, and I saw all of the patio furniture floating away. And I know why I saw the patio furniture floating away, because, you know, people describe hallucinogenic kind of experiences, and they always over-exaggerate a lot of the stuff that happens. The only reason that I saw that happening was because of the color contrast between the grass and the patio furniture and the extremely bright beach sunlight that they were getting. And so it looked like the two things in my mind, in the way that I perceived the colors and stuff, is that they were sort of like moving independently. And so I thought it was like an old British TV show where they would just like they would unabashedly just use like fishing wire in order to like make something look like it was floating in the air. And that was the thought I had. And I'm like, I just had the most British moment I've ever had. Good times, good times. All right, so those are still moving around a little bit. So I have a feeling when I smash this with my foot, it's still gonna move around a little bit. I'll have to really like tighten this stuff down. Oh, wait, that's not even tight. That one isn't even tight. This is what I'm talking about with these things. I like forget to tighten certain fasteners and stuff. Okay, so here we are. We've got two posts that are sort of mid-posts. They're not aligned or straight or anything like that, but we'll get over that in a minute. I have my mount here. We need to get the pedals onto this and have them be at an angle where they're going to be slightly forward. It's kind of tough to do with these because these pedals are meant to be used from the floor. So we need to have them pretty much up here with all of their stuff mounted to them. And these are each 4, and they need to be kind of like mid thing. So if I had a plate that was this size, that would be helpful. I don't think I have anything like that. So yes, I can go get the Maker Beam stuff. Or sorry, I can go get the Fanatic base. I kind of don't want to do that. I want to figure out if I can make this a little bit lighter, because we still have to put the control box and everything on this, and that's going to be kind of the difficult thing. Because yeah, this will fit. This will fit. I could do it like this. Might still be the best option, although we did move these out, so these are going to be more difficult to... Why does that feel loose? Ugh. Mounted like this, but I want to avoid that for the minute. For the moment. Let me see, scrap material back here. Scraps. I don't have any big plates though. I have like gratings. Gratings that almost just cut my hand apart. Here's a big piece of plexi. This is really, oh, sorry about the burp. Okay, there was a follow-up. Whew. That's what I get for moving around. I mean, I got like, oh, that's a piece of burn the subs. That could be a good footrest. Is there stuff on it? No. You do a little woodworking and make a footrest out of this stuff. That's what I'll end up doing is making a footrest that sits on the end of that thing. You can buy footrest shaped covers though. They're very cheap. I don't think either of these are going to work. Train an ML model that finds image parts where bother isn't working so the thermal cam can be floating around. What? Oh, I see. You want to move the location of the thermals. This is too much. This is about as heavy as the Fanatic base. So it's also plexi. It's a big sheet of plexiglass. If I had a couple more boards, that would be useful. But this would be a better footrest than anything else. Just this piece of maple from Burn. Why is it so fucking bright? Hold on. I think this camera didn't initialize properly. I think the gain setting on it is a little blown up. Let me check with this camera real quick. So, properties, video, turn it down to 30. Yeah, see how the color changed a little bit there? Configure video, white balance. We'll just lock it in at 4,300. That's what was going on. The gain was, it's not doing anything. Wait, the gain is not on auto control. Exposure, -5. No low light compensation. And we turn the FPS back up. Highest. Click OK on that. Properties. Now I can actually go into the video configuration and do all the stuff that I wanted to do. Hey. I think I left white balance on auto. Or sorry, exposure rather. Then I turned gain down a little bit. Well, the gain's at like 0. That's 0 gain. The gain can go up. Okay, apparently it can. Huh. Why are you like this, camera? Or was I adjusting the wrong thing? No, I was adjusting the right thing. Yeah, the camera arm is a little bit finicky. Yeah, I like when I look at the desk like that, it's fine. It's just we're looking at this, and so it's actually getting completely blown out of proportion. All the different camera stuff that it can adjust. So if I had 2 bars coming up from the back, I could have the 2 pedals like here and here, and then I would need 1 bar going across to hang them from. And that would be much lighter, much more portable than what I had before. You could set up a crossbar and then have 2 posts coming out of it. And that means that I'd need to get the circular saw and actually cut a piece for this. Because I can use corner cubes on those. And I'll have this bar here. I got the bar with the corner cubes, holding that up. I think that's the way to go. Because from there, I can do... not that. Do one of these, maybe? Well, no, it needs to be taller than this. That's the problem. Okay, hold on. And if I had longer pieces, but that's like right up against the bottom there. Okay, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Take you all the way over like this, so you don't have crotch cam. You at least have some idea of the 3 dimensions of this thing. I mean, I could do it like this. It would have to be mid-thing. I mean, like I said before, I really would like to not incorporate the Fanatic pedal base in this, because it's a big, bulky thing, and it's a little too far from the 2 mounts on either end here. Unless I've rearranged this a little. No, I guess I can't. The forwards and backwards adjustment is in part due to the mounting scheme down there. What, like do another one down here? I mean, I would need to have stuff sticking up in order to go to this if I did 2 horizontal bars. So like the back end could be on this, and that would be like here. And then I need to have another bar up at the top there. But then again, that is more controllable, isn't it? If I do that on the end with an angled bracket, and I do 2 pieces that fit between these, that's a lot more hardware, but that would get it done. And I don't want to have 4 posts. 4 of these. 2 posts is fine. Think. Now I do also have these things. These weird angle things. Which could do... What could those do? I got these little guys. Those at the back. And just have the posts go straight up and across like that. I'm just trying to think about how I'm going to do this. Minimize the hardware. Do like up like this. like on the end of that post, and then have this go up and across. The problem is the distance over here, right? It can't go directly to a bracket. There's not a ton of forces at play here. I mean, there's a little bit for the brake pedal. I mean, if I did the 2 on one rail, I guess that could probably do it. Like, well, this is like one pedal, but hold on, I got another sheet of metal. Let me go get a sheet of metal. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the other part of the basement in order to find it. So just let me go grab it real quick. Be right back. Put on Metro so you guys know that audio still works. So music warning, I guess, is what I mean to say. Did I close his window? I think I did. How rude of me! Closed Metro. Metronomic Live videos. I do need to find more music sources. I'll look at that at some point. This one's from 11 days ago. I shall return. BRB. I was kind of considering that it's tough to source stuff, right? So maybe we are kind of in a situation where we can't exactly get the right stuff for this, right? Do the beams also have a threaded center hole to put pieces on another rail? Is it just to make it lighter? They do. They do have a. It's not threaded. You can thread it, right? On the 2020 rails, on the 8020 rails, they will thread it for you sometimes, but if you're cutting them to custom lengths, they're not threaded all the way through, but they are the size where you can thread them. I think it's like M3 for these rails. Yeah, they're easy to thread. All right, I'm gonna pour a glass of soda that I'm probably gonna knock over onto my lap, and then I'll have pee-pee pants for the rest of the stream. So just prepare yourselves for that eventuality. For pee-pee pants bother. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. It's just what's gonna happen. And we'll take that in stride. We'll take that in stride, or at least I will. Everybody else will just make fun of me. Womp, 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 womp. Yeah, I've got all kinds of hardware and fastener that should make this completely possible. It's just getting the right inspiration to get it all configured. Honestly, I wish I could buy like a hardware pack for 2020 rails. I need a sponsorship from that place that was in New Jersey. They were like right in my backyard and they sold all this stuff. Cheap shipping and all. and it came here quickly. I loved it. Should have gotten it. Should have been like, hey. I oftentimes, like in the orders that I make, I'll put in like Twitch TV, oh bother, but nobody's really sunk their teeth into that kind of a like, hey, is it a sponsor maybe? I don't think industrial parts suppliers are really looking at Twitch to enhance their revenues. Know what I mean? All right, so I might actually use one of these guys. Well, what I wanted to do on the other end, on the chair end of this, I wanted it to fall into some pegs that held it straight so that I could get the fastener in there properly. I'm still like washed out. It's like, unless it's at the center of the screen, this thing is gonna... The same effect of putting TTV in your gamer tag. Here, I'm gonna turn off auto exposure. Because it's just too bright. It's just too bright. How did my gain turn to 34? I don't remember doing that. I like this song a lot. We gotta fade out the music though. Yoink. What is Starter? Oh, Final Fantasy. Davies doing Monbazo. How do you guys find that much content in that game? You, Gonad. You. How do you get that much content in Monbazu? I ran out of stuff to do in like an hour. Oh god, that's still super bright. Yeah, that is the only response that I get. It's true. I know there's more, but there's not a lot more. There isn't a whole hell of a lot more. Man, this camera, I've got the gain all the way down and I've got the exposure at the normal level, and it only just barely shows us the desk without things getting blown to hell. We'll try not to show the desk because it's just holding stuff. Hey, DS4 Universe! Thank you for the 33 months. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. I know, yeah, you were talking with the dev. I guess the dev never showed up for the tomato stream. I guess it's just good that he knows it exists. I let one of Tamto's moderators know. I was like, keep an eye out for this account. Devin chat. I remember you were talking with Santa Goat during one of your he did see it. That's cool. Yeah, I think Tomato had a lot of very positive stuff to say. He was more positive than I was, and I was pretty positive about the game. I want more content though. I love how he added one of your 3D models. It's brilliant. Is he gonna add the Volvo? I'm thinking maybe I want to print out the Satsuma for my for the RC car, but that'll be once I do some significant revisions to the 3D printer. It's had it coming for quite some time. Okay, so we're trying to figure out how to mount these pedals. Now, if resources were infinite, we'd all be eating steak. If resources were infinite, I'd want to use something like this. This is a little too much, though. Yeah, having an RC Satsuma. It would be even better if I printed out all the fenders like individually and stuff and had the magnet together so that when you hit your RC car up against stuff, it goes all over the place and you get little mini beer crates falling out of it. I might do that. That might be my next viral thing, something that actually goes viral on this channel. Coming out of lurking. Oh my god, it's Dingus Dev. Everybody run. Trying to decide if I would buy Monbazu last night. Y'all convinced me. Yeah. Yeah, it's worth it. It's not like my summer car yet, but it will be. If Santa Goat keeps working on it, which I suspect he will, then it'll become a very good my summer car like, which is now a genre. Yeah, it is. It's very fun in the state that it's in right now. So, and it has my entire collection of shirts in it. Be a fun VR port. Oh boy, it's got a singular dev, so I wouldn't hold your breath. Okay, I need to get stuff done on this because I would like these to be finished before very long. We are in the middle of a fucking pandemic, and so materials and resources are somewhat limited. I have this plate of metal with a coffee stain on it, a giant coffee mug stain. I don't know what that's from. This was the back plate for my milling machine. It's not going to work in any capacity. Actually, it might be a good foot plate for this. It'll make it a lot heavier because it's just metal. But that's where I could put my heels if I need to. My heelies, possibly. It's a little bit extensive for that, but I don't know. Wood would probably be the better material there. But we can keep this aside just in case. The other piece that I have would actually be kind of perfect for a footrest, and it just fell over. It's something Octoj sent me. But I don't think it's ever going to happen. So I could cut out a piece of very thin sheet metal from this thing. This would probably not be a good thing to hoist the pedals on, huh? Oh, it does kind of work. It's a little thin, though. Especially if I cut this out. It's going to be a little thin, a little bit too flexible. But yeah, this would be the kind of sheet metal that I would love to be able to use. And just mount it like that. What a dust. This thing is getting larger and larger, and I don't like the size of that. I don't like the cut of that thing's jib. Yeah, it also I'd have to get some of that Russian what is that stuff? It's like the damn it. Dynamat. There's like a Russian copy Dynamat that's really good stuff. It's just like an oil stuff, oil like sludge that you put on things in order to make them quiet. The lightest, the best is going to be this stuff. You need some diamond plate? No way. I don't like diamond plate's tacky. It's tacky as shit. Just admit it. Diamond plate is tacky. That's not even a hot take. Don't you colon D me. So yeah, we need something on the back end here that's going to hold up the back of the pedals, and I think it's going to be these. These are 80/20s. They're kind of tall enough. Trucker plates. No! Holding these at a right angle. I don't really have a back bracket. That would be the way to do it. But what I could do is I mean, if I'm holding them here, I can just do a right angle on one of the sides. It doesn't need to be on both. Especially if I use the double. If I use this thing, that'll hold. So let's get that together. Let's get that together so that I at least have the back plates for this thing, and then I can decide what exactly I want to do with the rest of it. I don't know how I'm going to be able to hoist the rest of the stuff on this. I need to manually control exposure on this friggin' camera so that I'm not blasting everybody's eyes into oblivion. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be today. I know that's my fault, but my expectations for the outcomes of these things are always a little bit too high. Yeah, those fasteners are too long. None of those are quite right. If I use these, they're not going to allow me to use two on that. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, the alternative is to put one of these here and then... Oh, that doesn't even mount in the right direction. Huh. Have it, like, come up at an angle from there. And the fastener is not really going to fit in. This is probably a bad buy. And I haven't heard the end of it with Amazon either, because there's going to be some disputes going on. The first package of these I received, there's nothing in them. I mean, what I can do is these here and then do like... No, these are the wrong size. I mean, I guess that might work if I thread the end and then I have this little adjustment thing. That doesn't feel right, though. Something wrong with that. What's wrong with that? I think I do need the cross beams, and I need them to be adjustable back and forth. Damn it, hold on. Sharp and heavy. Yeah, diamond plate is meant for like construction sites, so you don't slip with your construction boots on, and that's just too much. So if I do cross beams from here to here, or all the way down to the floor here, I can't do all the way down to the floor because this doesn't, unless I sand off those two things, and then this could move back and forth. I have two of them, and I have two pedals to hang. Do one cross beam here, and then I have the things back here that go back and forth, and those will just have a beam that comes up to the other one. How does that? Wait, how does that work? How does that work? Well, that means that these could slide forward, and then they would just have to hold up the end of this, because that'll do the angle. It just does it in the opposite direction. I also have these things. That would do a better connection, actually. I already had the parts that I needed. God damn it. I already had everything that I needed. Because, yeah, these will... Hold on. Wait a minute. 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 Okay. These are from the dual joystick project, where I wanted to have a MIDI controller in front of me because it's got big buttons on it, and I wanted to put them at an angle. And so I got these pieces that have these pieces that mount to them, and they can do angles. There's a solution right there. And that way I can have two beams that stick up from the back and hold up the two pedals that are going to be hoisted up on this thing's petards. I could probably move the petards in a little bit too. If I move the petards in, can I just use this rail between them? I think this one's just a little bit too long, so I have to cut it anyway. Yeah, I'm going to have to cut like an inch off of it if I wanted to have it in the center of the petards. Hoisted on your own petard is the phrase that I'm chopping up, and I'm not using the right word in the right place, but you guys have to deal with it. Okay. So if I have... Now, should these be all the way down on the floor like that? Because that might be too extreme of an angle and distance. I had the pedals, they were like here-ish. And if I need to adjust the distance, this is how I'm going to do it. If I run out of distance up here, I'm going to be in trouble. So do I need to hoist them up or not? And if I do have to do that, oh, that'll work. Okay, never mind. That's perfect. So if I do have to hoist them up, I can hoist them up. They're just not going to be very adjustable in terms of this height. Up here, what am I going to do? Well, I got more of these things. Not that they're necessarily going to be useful. Yeah, they're not very useful. What about like up here? Nah. Here? Nah. Doesn't really do me anything. That just swings this way. And I don't have any more of those plates either. I only have these two. So if'n I reckon this is the way that we go with her. The way she goes. And this will go down here like this. Alright, so let me see. Let me figure this out. I mean, it's going to be like one... I mean, that's a pretty big plate, right? If there's a lot of force going into that, I think it'll be able to hold. It's kind of a convoluted amount of fasteners, though, to be fair. I could just put an angle bracket at the end of these things. I could just put an angle bracket like that. And that'll be just fine, too. So I'll just do that. I need my taps. Oh, man. All right, let's get the taps out. We need to tap this thing. I've used the petard on the doors for a castle. Ah. What exactly is a petard? I know it's like hoisted on your own petard is like caught in your own trap. Or hoisted by your arrogance? No. That ain't right. That ain't right. All right, let's get a bolt. I gotta thread the end of the beam, and then I can shove a bolt up its butt and get it to mount to the right thing. I've also got these. These could also provide. I mean, these are threaded on the one end. I've got a lot of them, too. I could actually use these in both locations. Hold on a minute. These weirdo fucking, like, oblong pieces could be useful in supporting this thing. All right. All right. I got a bunch of these from the shelf project. So these I could actually use. These are just weirdo block mounts, but they will allow me to have a little bit of wiggle room with the with the end here, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm smoking crack. I mean, I could put the plate on this. Put the plate on that. If I cut the plate to fit into the rail. Oh God, they don't tap all the way through the bars, from my knowledge. A wooden box with black powder inside? That's what a petard is? That sounds pretty petarded. All right, so let's see here. I can use these, which are round, or these, which are square. These are specifically distanced so that you can put a plate that would be even with this thing. So maybe I'll put a plate in here, and then I can have my footrest there. I think that may be the way to go. So yeah, back to this. And then I need the bolt that's going to fit in there and go down to a cleat at the bottom. And I think it's the blue ones that I have. Where did the other blue bolt go? Where did the other blue bolt go? Where could it have gone? Yeah. Because yeah, I can use these little right angle brackets. They're pretty small, but they'll hold up the weight. Especially given all the other stuff they're attached to. But this will be able to tilt like that. Unless I do the post here, and then I do the angle bracket on that post, and then that'll allow me to adjust it. Yeah, all right, I need the whole adjustment thing. Petard comes with Middle French péter, to fart. No, hoisted on my own farts? A petard is a small bomb used for blowing up gates and walls when breaching fortification. How do you get hoisted on that? What are the mechanics of getting hoisted on such a thing? So if I do these on the ends, then I can actually have the ends of the posts here. Yeah, I guess it's just getting blowed up. Oh no, but then I can't adjust these horizontally unless I do them here, and then I can adjust them horizontally, but they'll be like sideways mounted. God, this is getting weirder and weirder, isn't it? I'm getting weirder and weirder, but I don't want to necessarily have the stuff permanently attached to the bottom there. I'd rather... Where's the other one of these? And if I do this... That doesn't work. I need this to be... No. I could do like that. Then I can lower and raise it here. If I do the right angles going that way. But that's too close. I move it further away. Like that. It's just... It's all getting a little complicated is all. That's my concern. I think... I mean, if I want to retain adjustability, this is what I gotta do. Or do these. Like that. Is that even gonna reach? No. These aren't compatible. These are because they stretch, but then I gotta file them down. So if I do like one on each of these, and then have the post coming out of them. Well, if I want to have the post coming out of them, I can just use these. Where did they go? These things. Do that. And this would go here. And I'd be able to move that up and down to change the angle. Do I want that? Do I need that? Do I need to be able to change the angle? I think I do. Let me see if I've got any 2020 rails that are small enough to do this task. I got a couple little scraps sitting over here. Never throw anything out around here. I've got a lot of 2020 rail scraps as well. I'll just grab all the scraps that I can find and bring them over. I usually use these to like hold machine stuff onto the bench, onto the milling machine when I do stuff on a milling machine. Oh yeah, there's a bunch over here. Hold on. I don't know why this bin is full of these things, but that's what we got. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so these are all the scraps that I got. That was loud. That was loud. So I got a bunch more pieces of 2020. For instance, these two lengths, which are oddly compatible with these. probably make a bracket that would adapt them, but then that doesn't really get me anywhere. That doesn't really get me anywhere. These are not that length either. We're just kind of going through the paces here. We're trying to get the imagination juices rolling. Try to figure out what exactly I'm building here. It's not like I'm following a kit, so kind of make it up as we go. See, I can cut another one like this, and then I can have a post at the back here. It's like the 80-20 rail is just too big for this job, but yeah, I can have the post here that I can move up and down by utilizing some of the angle stuff. And that way I can affect the angle of the output. And so I'll do this length for both of them. I mean, maybe I'll just use these right now, because they're kind of tall. What angle do we need? Yeah, that's gonna be way down on the floor, isn't it? Everybody do the dinosaur. Unless I do it up here like this, like Gonad had said. Hold on a minute. I could do these in the back and then lift them up higher, and then these in the front. Good. Yeah, Fat mentioned that earlier, that it lowered the chances of fuses, and if you keep the fridge closed in a thunderstorm, your food isn't going to immediately spoil, which is nice. I use a bit more spoil timer on some stuff, though. Yeah, these aren't exactly finished, but they're at least the right sizes. So what I can do is I can make these the front hoists. Is that going to be tall enough? Yeah. Yeah, that'll be tall enough. Even with an angle iron on it, it'll be tall enough. It's from Hamlet? You're from Hamlet. I don't even know what I'm trying to say there. If I do a beam across these, then those will hit the same angle. And then I can do a beam across from those, and it'll be slightly, because I'll be able to lift these higher so that they feel more like I'm actually driving a car. Okay, I have a plan. Chat, I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. I'm going to move these back and raise them. I didn't raise no fool. Yeah, but then I'm not really taking advantage of the back of this thing. No, it's fine. All right, I'm moving them back. I'm moving them back. I have a ham. No, a plan. A plan. Not a ham. I don't have a ham. These will not be, well, put them in the configuration they were in, where they're all the way at the back of these, and then those will be the back posts for the pedals that'll be hoisted by their own petard at the very back. Yeah, okay, all right, we got this. We got this, chat. I think I figured it out. It does mean that I got to disassemble this thing again, but I'll at least be able to get the beginnings of this thing together by the end of the stream, which is, you know, always difficult. That's always the struggle here. Trying to actually get stuff done. I will keep. I want this to be on the outside or on the inside. No, these will be even with the thing. So those can use regular. They can all use the regular angles until I attach the pedals. So these angles that I've got right here, the ones that I've flattened, I can actually use on the pedals themselves. All right. This is coming together. It's coming together. I think I figured it out. I have two different risers on this thing, and I'm gonna have to soften up the some of the angles on those two beams there, because they're like machining leftovers, and they're just a mess. They are a mess. Much like my life, they're just a mess. A horrible, inexcusable mess. So those captured ones come all the way with me. Where's the other one? There it is. Oh my God, it's just like a pile of parts that I've got to arrange into something that resembles an end project. What did you just call me? A horse's petard. Nah, I've never heard that one before. Jean-Luc Petard? Alright. So, I need to go get the other angles that I've got in a bin, which is across the shop. So I'm gonna need many more of those little angle pieces. So let me go grab them. We'll go grab them. Ah. I guess my only thing is that I'm not going to be able to adjust them horizontally under this new scheme. Will I? I guess it depends on what I'm mounting them to. I don't think about that. I need to think about that for a minute, but first let me get some of these angle things out of the burn the subs parts. I know they're all in here. I know where you're hiding. You pieces of beams and stuff. Nah, where are they? Where are they? Oh, there's some. Hey, I got those little locks too. You can use that on the 3D printer enclosure. You got many more of these little angles, so if I need them, I got them. These the 2020 beam bits, they come in packs, so you're able to actually source like a lot of them if you need to. There's more scraps in here. Hold on, I gotta find and see if we got any usable sizes of scraps sitting inside of here. I think that's about it. All right, got more of those encoders too. Should have just enough for burn the subs. Oh god, the cable's getting everywhere. All right, that's that. Moving on. Close that. Put that back. That's all the burn the subs stuff. It's in like a big clear bin that's next to the fridge down here. Okay, so more parts. Ugh. More parts. Original base works for sideways movement. But if I put them here, see, I can't put them here unless I use these in order to adjust them side to side. But then I would have to have one post per pedal. But if I do this base as both the height adjustment and the angle adjustment, that doesn't work for both height and angle, does it? Well, actually it does if I allow it to slide up and down. So I can do, I gotta think about this. If the back slides up and down on this, it's gonna make adjusting the height more annoying, but I guess that's just what it is, right? And then go from here to the other posts that'll be just held up on the right angle bracket. Front set of bars going forwards and backwards, it's true. I actually get more height if I just put these here. Oh no, I get the same height. But that means that I'm able to lift these up a little further, because it needs to be up just a little higher from where I have it set right now. But if I have this as the front post, got these two as front posts, like here and, you know, let's just, for the sake of argument, here and here. And then, you know, if I reincorporate the Fanatic pad into this, I don't want to do that, but I think I have to reincorporate the Fanatic, like, pedal thing into this. It seems to be the only thing that I've got that's large enough that holds it up properly and it's not loud. I'm disappointed in that, but just gotta deal with it. Yeah, unwieldy but functional's right. I would like to remove this piece, but I don't think I can without disassembling this even more. This piece is completely pointless. Maybe I'll try that. I'll try to figure that out tomorrow. But so if I do this on angle brackets, and then I've got this front piece on more angle brackets, maybe going up? No, because then I won't be able to adjust it very well. Doesn't exactly do that. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. Man, I hate how we're back to square one with this thing. I hate how we're back to square one. You know? I don't really have much of a choice. These little links. If I had a 3D printer, if I was making 3D printer enclosure with this stuff, I could use these. What, the catchphrase is, oh man. I believe that. I'll believe that. I just don't want this to be like the main feature of my pedals, you know? I'd rather it be like one single rail that just goes from point to point. Just like that. 1, 2, and then have the 2 feet up front. Now, is that lighter? I don't think that's lighter than... I guess it is lighter. It's lighter, and it just looks... It doesn't look as comprehensive and obnoxious and overbuilt as the other one. But I don't really have much of a choice here, do I? If I want to have the angle adjustment and everything, I'm going to need to do this with this pad. That's all I got. I mean, not to mention the fact that I would have to build a mount if I did this for the pedals. Unless these guys reach. Hold on. Just trying out some stuff. I don't think I have 4 of these, but those would do it. Oh no, they wouldn't fit. Well, they would kind of fit this way. I'm gonna try everything. I'm gonna just try whatever. All right. Oh, that thing barely. I can barely reach the ground, and I can barely put that thing on the ground without it falling all over the place. This also allows me to do more stuff with pedals in the future. So let me just see here. What about these? That's there. Does that leave about a 20/20 rail in the middle? I think it might. Chad, I think it... no, it doesn't. No, it does not. There's a little bit of a difference there. How many of these guys do I have? I got these 2. These are ones with, like, oblong holes in the bottom. And that'll allow me to get them closer. Unless something like this. This doesn't work. No, that would be silly. That would be silly. Because some of them are inch standard and others are metric. I think I only have... Oh, no, wait. Here's 3 and 4. If I only have 4 of those, I can do one side and then the other side. I can do them like on opposite sides of the pedal, and they'll hold it up pretty well. Hopefully they don't, you know, hopefully they're not totally susceptible to torque. Oh, I had 3 of those, and then I've got this. Here's the problem with having kind of a smorgasbord of parts. How did I have only 3 of those pieces? I remember that being very frustrating last time I did this. I only have 3 of these with the oblong hole in the bottom. I don't know what I did with the 4th. I don't know what I did with the 4th. I don't know what it's doing right now, but it's used in something probably important, but I only needed 1. Yeah, it is. It's the magic number. Man and a woman had a little baby. Shit. There's a bunch of drops right there. Okay. Thinking, stinking. Yeah, only a couple of these angles with the oblong hole in them. And that's the only thing that would allow me to mount it to these. Demi, that's against toss. We don't need to know about your buns, man. I could use the 2 equal length ones in order to hold these like this. That doesn't give me room on the ends to mount them to anything, does it? No, I need more out of it. I'll have to build a test before I'm able to do the first cut. So let's build the test with this length. It's just marginally longer than this. And then I can try to figure out how all that's going to go together. So we'll just do 1 pedal for now, and I guess that's going to be the brake. No, it's clutch. Take that one here. I'm going to bolt through that, one of the Fanatic bolts. And I guess I need to order some of these 80/20 guys, don't I? That doesn't go all the way... that needs a spacer on it. Even more stuff to, like, put this in the wrong position, huh? Stress out all of my equipment here. I could find a metric bolt that'll do the job of this thing, but this thing has, like, a built-in washer. It might just be prudent for me to put... I'll do it like this so it doesn't raise the height. Use some of the washers that I already used. Yeah, I'm trying to put my best foot forward here, and I don't really have a plan. That's why I don't have a plan. So that's getting in the way of the other fastener. God damn it. Okay, hold on. I need to be able to get to these things in order to tighten them down. That's one of the things that I'm trying to preserve here. And I'm probably going to have to order parts. Because, like, yeah, this isn't going to fly with the smaller... If I could use the smaller brackets, I got 4 of them, but they don't reach quite far enough. They don't have that horizontal reach to get to that centerpiece evenly. Let me find smaller fasteners for these metric pieces here. Smaller fasteners! This is a much more comprehensive project than I thought, but at least I can do this one. These are all M3s. M3 is way too small. Way too small! What we got going on up here? I am going to be fiddling with this deep into the night, aren't I? This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of the fiddling. Larger. Wait, I don't have that size in this. God damn it. It's a larger metric size than I have. Yeah, the multi-packs of small parts are good, but I typically don't work in this size, so this is no, I think I had a larger bolt pack. Hold on, let me go look. Let me go look and see if I have a larger pack of bolts. Because I think I do. I think I have slightly larger metric sizes than that. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. I'll look all the way at the bottom of this thing. That is a repeat of the other pack, but all these are countersunk. I didn't know I had these. That's a lot of countersunk bolts. Wow, I gotta remember that I have that. That is glasses sized. That is not the right size. That's the squish thing. I found the squish thing from the Mercedes. This thing is great. Here, check this out. Check this out, chat. This thing. So this is from the Mercedes steering wheel, and this allows you to adjust it evenly. But this is it squishes. It's just like literally a thing that squishes hydraulically. So my thought was that I could use this with the pedal, but the pedal doesn't have any travel. The only travel that I'd really use is this, which actually might work if I can just... But it won't spring back. That's the only thing that... This doesn't spring back. That's the only problem with it. But it's a little hydraulic thing. So if I had this on the pedal, it would give it that little bit of squish. That might make it feel a little bit more realistic. Yeah, I could probably put a spring, like, on the system somewhere. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad to do. Probably still have that spring sitting somewhere. Okay, so I didn't find any other bolt packs. So if I do this, then I got to tighten down the other side first, and then adjustability goes out of the window. Because I can't loosen the cap head bolt when it's crossways like that. I can't really use these. I don't think these will do. I don't think these will do anything for me. I think they're threaded for the size of this thing. No, these are... Nope, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's threaded there for that size. All these fasteners are weird sizes in this set, because I've got English and metric stuff just coexisting. Now there were bolts that went into those. Those are these. These are they. This might help. This might do it. Might be a little... It's like slightly shorter. It might just barely do it. We're just testing stuff out. We're seeing what sticks to the wall here. Yeah, that works. It needs a washer, so it doesn't damage the fastener there. Washers. I have a kit of washers. I just need to find what I did with it. What did I do with the kit of washers? Hold on, I'll be right back. We'll get a washer. Go get a washer on the other side of the shop. Which one I use is the washer kit? That's spring clips. I have a whole kit of E-clips. Not a clips, like E-clip. Like the clip in the shape of an E. No. Where did that big kit of washers get? Damn it. Big kit of washers. What happened to you? Oh, God. It's probably over here. And this big pile of stuff. The big pile of stuff over here. All these shelves and stuff that are behind. Oh, let's see. That's buttons. What else do we got? Yeah, here's all that stuff. Some bins down here. I don't see the washers though yet. Weird parts in there. That would be more Maker Beam stuff. We're not doing Maker Beam right now. Oh, that's cardboard that needs to go out tomorrow. What else? I need a washer on this, otherwise it's going to damage the anodization. I don't want it to do that. And I want it to also have a larger pad of pressure. Well, if I can't find the washer's kit, I may have to just keep moving. You know, we can pick up on this on Thursday because I am going to be waiting for parts. We'll work a little bit further, but we'll have to pick it up on Thursday because I can't work on anything else because my 3D printer's dead. I'm so pissed off about my 3D printer being dead. I gotta find that kit of washers, and I had it around. It looks like these. It looks just like these, only it's full of washers. My old boss called them Jesus clips because they always flew into your face and made you swear. Yeah, those E-clips are absolute bastards, they are. Here's the other screw kit. That doesn't have any washers in it. This is the one that I've almost used up. Because every time you use one of them, you're like, Jesus! Is it in here? Did it get in with the surface mount soldering parts? It may have. I'm gonna look in here a little bit. There's all the googly eyes. Nope, not finding them. You would think, you know, it's like, hey, I'm gonna be streaming building stuff kind of off the cuff today, so I should probably have all my parts out. Let me do that. Nope, didn't do it. Didn't do it. I've been struggling with a 3D printer and not this. So there. Oh, God damn it. What happened to that kit of stuff? Huh. Well, that'll turn up. What exploded on your desk? Yeah, this is the kind of day we're having today. We're working on reconfiguring my pedals so that they're held upside down, so they feel more like natural car pedals, which is it's actually a good thing. You know, actually, wait, I just realized that the holes in these are oval. Okay, so we'll use these. We'll use these. I may have to scratch off the little pikes on the other side of these too. Man, that's so much stuff to do. All right, scooch it all over. Get the file over here. Because I can get 4 of the, instead of these, I can use the actual supported ones. That'll work out. And then I'll use the ones that haven't been filed on the vertical posts, but these can be used on the pedals. And I'll only put 2 per pedal. I only need 2 per pedal. There's really not that much force going into this. I'm going to keep saying that up until the day I actually use this thing and it explodes. Hockey stick for desk clearing. Yes, yes I do. Yes, that's true. That's true. That is true. Yeah, I need them to be flat on both sides, so I got to do more of this. Well, all right, chat, here's the deal. I got to do more manual labor. What I'm going to do is I'm going to file off the angles on these, and then I'm going to attach the mid-length bar to one of the pedals, and then I'll figure out if I can use the 2 equal length short bars as either the backs or the fronts, and then I'll use the height adjustment feet as either the back or the front. And that way, I'll at least have some semblance of height adjustment, and then I'll be able to hoist these all the way up on their own petard with a cross beam to get them as high as possible. I don't know how that's going to work. It's probably gonna have to overshoot it a little bit. But that'll get those up high, and then I've only got a couple of these beams instead of the big unwieldy plastic like thing right there. Because I think that's a lot heavier than these things. And then I can either take the Fanatic plate right there, or that piece of my milling machine, and I can use these guys to create a footrest plate. Oh, and then how do I mount the gas pedal? The gas pedal would be at the same distance as the other pedals, and that could get either its own mount or its own cross beam. Would it need two? Well, I'm not going to mount things like that. That means more of these things that I don't have. All right, we got a lot of stuff to figure out. We'll be back on Thursday. I'm going to be back on Thursday, and we'll go over some of this stuff that I've devised during my Wednesday. For the time being, the 3D printer, I'm just waiting on hardware. Whenever my friend can send me that new board for fucking practically free, then I can get going with the 3D printer, and we can get back to burn the subs, and I can get back to building that gated shifter. In the meantime, I wanna get some progress on this. That's why I pushed this project forward. The burn the subs, I need to do a little bit of machining inside of the laser core in order to make a water jacketed laser, which will be pretty damn cool. But that's a milling machine job, and maybe we'll do that on Friday so that I have the milling machine out on Friday, because Fridays are like big days around here. We got a lot of people that are kind of like milling about on their Friday, and they're just settling in during the pandemic. You know, they're all stuck at home on Friday, trying to not do work. And so that maybe people can watch me do a little machining with the milling machine, which I haven't done in a little while. I'm pretty sure it's all seized up with rust. Okay, that's the plan. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So, I would like to incorporate more wood. Pandemithal. It's his fault. He did this. You did this to me. I would like to incorporate more wood. By the way, one of the projects that I really want to get to, I have a Code 10 keyless keyboard, which is a fairly square, flat shape. What I'd like to do is skin it with some burl. Curl of burl. I want to skin it with some burl wood so I can buy a big manky piece of burl that has a big blemish in the middle, and then I can use the mill to cut out the outside parts of it, and then I want it to snap to the base with magnets so that when I spill shit on my keyboard, I can just pull it apart. Maybe we'll also do the hot swap mod that Shorty desperately wants me to do. They sell little pins that you can solder in to all the contacts so that you can hot swap your keyboard keys out. I might really want that, because I'm a sloppy boy, and I spill stuff all the goddamn time on my desk. That's a plan for the future, though, because like the Code keyboard is a very square shape, and so I'll design it in CAD, and then I'll get all my instructions for the manual mill, and then I can do all the numbers, and I got to be really careful because I have one try at it with an expensive piece of burl, right? I got one try, and so I'll be able to mill out all those features and then sand them down by hand and give it a nice coat of probably tung oil. But you need a new clip, man. That's the same clip. That's the same clip. It's true. It is me spilling stuff on the keyboard, so that is appropriate. All right. Thank you guys for joining me for what was probably it was a completely unscripted smorgasbord of ideas that I tried to put together. Yeah, I know that proves it. Just the complete utter chaos of trying to build something with the rails that I have without purchasing anything new. We're going to be able to do it. I'm going to be able to build it without purchasing anything new. When it comes to Burn the Subs 3, I will have to purchase new stuff, but we'll get it together. God, I'm a mess. Like tomorrow I'm going to get a haircut. We'll see if that happens. But until then, I'll be back on Thursday. Same bat time, same bat channel. You better believe it. Let's do an end card. And I'll try to get ahead of this project a little bit, because it's not like I'll be 3D printing stuff. I'm really bitter about that. It'll be nice to upgrade the printer, though, and get it into the 21st century. All right, until then, thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thanks for all the lurkers and the people who watch VODs. You guys are all special to me. Special in kind of like a weird way, you know. It's kind of like a, not really a bad special, but it's kind of like a maybe I crossed the street before, you know, before we pass each other kind of special. It's maybe that kind of special. I'll see you guys later.